He was the only one with him. If there was nothing to hold him back, then he would have to let go. He was the only one with him. If there was nothing to hold him back, then he would have to let go. The great killing weapon immediately deformed. With a thought, Long Fei immediately turned into a wide blade. Sovereign Big Butcher. Old thing, prepare to die. Long Fei's palm strike had a terrifyingly gloomy look in his eyes. Bastard, you still dare to attack? I really don't know who gave you the courage. The Zhao family ancestor looked down on Long Fei and did not put him in his eyes at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That palm that was filled with chaotic energy finally descended at this moment and smashed towards Long Fei. The entirety of Thousand Sun City had been destroyed. However, to Long Fei, it didn't affect him at all. In the entire Thousand Sun City, other than Yu Rou and Zhang Yu, everyone else was hostile towards him. What did life or death have to do with him? Immediately after, upon this palm strike, Long Fei felt all the pores on his body explode, and a sense of danger spread throughout his entire body. But the power of the Zhao family patriarch also appeared in Long Fei's mind. With a total of 200 million blood essence stones, he only had 130 million blood essence stones left. It could be seen that the explosion of the chaotic heavenly lightning and the power of the plane had caused damage to him as well. Right now, I can only find an opportunity to reduce his HP to less than half. The God of Heaven is truly relying on you. Long Fei thought and responded at the same time. Empyrean God Madman, lock onto him. With that thought in mind, Long Fei sprinted towards the Zhao family patriarch. Ding, detected level difference too big, God's berserk attack is invalid. Long Fei's figure instantly froze in mid-air. This reminder was fatal. F***ck, my lord, don't let me off at such a critical moment. I only want half of my blood and half of my blood. What's the meaning of giving me an invalid now? Long Fei was speechless. He had the urge to smash his head into a wall and die. Ding, detected power that can help God level up. Do you want to devour? At this moment, the system suddenly issued out a prompt. Long Fei's eyes lit up without any hesitation. Devour. Ding, the power of the plane has been devoted. Ding. Decaying power has been consumed. Ding, the heavenly strength has been devoured. Ding, the power of primal chaos has been devoured. The system beep kept on appearing, and Long Fei also felt that all the energy of the dimensional realm that the system had previously released had been sucked out of his body. In addition, one of the powers on the jade pendant that his grandfather had given him had been devoured, along with the power on the Chaos Golden Lotus. Furthermore, a ray of light also flashed past the dragon's scale and was devoured. Long Fei muttered to himself, and guessed that the power should be the corrupt seal that Zhang Yu had condensed. Following that, Long Fei fixed his gaze on the jade pendant, and all of the divine light on the jade pendant suddenly dimmed a little. Ding, leveled up. God of Heaven Madman, Super God level. Description: locked absolute kill skill can be executed 9 times in a row, damage increases by 10% every time. Description: an ultimate technique of a transcendent divine might. Able to kill existences beyond the 15th rank of the host. Long Fei was already dumbstruck. Seeing the heavenly god's madness that had leveled up, all the worry in his heart disappeared without a trace. He had previously thought that the Chaos Jade Butterfly was extraordinary, afraid that its power would be affected after it was devoured. However, when he saw the leveled-up heavenly god Kuang, Long Fei felt that it could only be described with one word. Heaven-defying. It was truly heaven-defying. Haha, Super Paragon? In the future, if you act arrogantly in front of this father, then you will die. Old thing, let's see how you die this time. God of Heaven fanatics, lock on. Long Fei looked up and looked at the proud face of the Zhao family patriarch, who was acting as his sole patriarch, and said in his heart, Ding, lock. Ding, lock. Kill. Long Fei suddenly struck out with his blade, causing a wild backlash from Tianshan as he slashed across the huge palm of primal chaos. Boom! The chaotic gigantic palm immediately cracked, splitting into two from the middle. The 5 fingers were cut off by Long Fei at the same time. Chaotic power that filled the sky scattered and floated in the air, as if it wanted to turn the world into chaos. The first saber strike had broken through the primal chaos, slicing apart the Zhao clan patriarch's 10 million blood. In the air, the expression of the Zhao family's ancestor changed. The smile on his face was still there, but it had already frozen. His entire appearance was extremely comical, from arrogance to fear. Impossible, this is impossible. With trash like you, how could you possibly burst forth with such power? How could my chaotic force possibly be destroyed? I don't believe it. Again. Chaotic crush. This time, the ancestor of the Zhao family didn't act carelessly. He jumped out of the primal chaos. His hands moved, and endless chaos energy gathered. With him at the center, a vortex of primordial chaos appeared. Kid, go die. No one can resist my chaos vortex. The ancestor of the Zhao clan stood in the center of the vortex, speaking with a vicious voice. Long Fei held onto his big blade, his expression unchanging. With regards to the system, Long Fei trusted it greatly. The power of an Empyrean god madman was absolute. So what if he was at the peak of perfection? 1 cut won't do. I still have 7 more. Let's see how many blades you can take. Long Fei flipped his hand, using the power of a crazy god once again. Ding, locked target. Swish. The saber light shone upon the primordial chaos, causing the vortex to shatter. Crash. One vortex after another began to collapse. Only the Zhao family patriarch remained, his disheveled and dazed expression. How is this possible? The Zhao family patriarch was completely stupefied, and his entire body's vital energy and blood were surging. This one slash had crippled him once again to 2 million blood. In my world, there is no impossibility. Do you want to kill me? Threatening your father? After you touch my reverse scale, even if God himself comes, he won't be able to save you. Third slash chop. Long Fei said fiercely. With that said, the blade light floated down, and the blood line above the head of the Zhao family ancestor instantly floated red, another 3 million blood. This series of numbers caused Long Fei to be startled, and then he died. Originally, if not for the Zhao family ancestor trying to force him, Long Fei would not have thought of going head-on against him. Because in this space, other than him, there were many other unknown enemies. However, the Zhao family patriarch was too dangerous. He even threatened Yu Rou, which made Long Fei unable to endure it any longer. Swish. Boom. No. No, I can give you the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. The Primal Chaos Emperor is a person who has existed for even longer than the Decay Emperor. It is a secret that concerns the entire Primal Chaos unknown. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything that you want to know. Also, I know that you can activate the power of the Infernal Prison. I can use the power of chaos to cover them up and make them acknowledge you. The Zhao family patriarch continued. This third cut gave him the feeling that he was about to die. He didn't dare to take it head-on and directly begged for mercy. Long Fei was slightly taken aback, but his hands did not stop moving. Are you begging for mercy now? CKU, where did you go when you threatened Laozi? The Chaos Emperor? Your father needs your help? Can't I explode? Long Fei sneered in his heart. He had the system. As long as the system was here, what could run away? As long as I kill you, I can obtain even more. Now, go to hell. Long Fei took a step forward, staring coldly at the Zhao family patriarch. He excitedly laughed. After all, the Zhao family's ancestor was also a boss. After all, the Zhao family's ancestor was also a boss. Long Fei had already accumulated his striking value and was already prepared for it. As long as he could kill the Zhao family's ancestor, all of this would be his. Thinking about that, Long Fei immediately unleashed his fourth blade. When the blade came out, there was only the light of the blade in the air, only killing intent. This was the power of a heavenly god maniac. The power of an Empyrean god madman was to kill with a lock on his target. If the second slash didn't die, the damage from the second slash would increase exponentially until the target died. Now that he had unleashed the fourth slash, the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even if the Zhao family's elder was stronger than the Sky Sovereign, he was still a little bit stronger. But in Long Fei's eyes, he was already a dead man. The fourth blade strike landed on the Zhao family patriarch's body. With a single slash, the life of the Zhao family's patriarch was unknown. F***CK, 40 million HP. System, don't you have to be so awesome? When Long Fei saw that the body of the Zhao clan patriarch only had 30 million HP, he became excited. How is it? Why are you shouting? Aren't you going to kill me? Come on. Long Fei arrived with a set of Dragon Blades and looked down at the world with disdain. At this moment, even the Qin clan ancestor was silent as he quietly retreated a distance away. Don't kill me. I can help you block the Qin family's people. The strength of the Qin family's ancestor is not something you can imagine. You also need the existence in the sky. I can block them for you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll be your dog from now on. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. The Zhao family's ancestor fell into the earth, crazily begging for mercy. In the face of life and death, whatever dignity or inheritances were all fake. As long as he could survive, even if he had to personally annihilate the Zhao family, he wouldn't hesitate at all, let alone beg for mercy. But unfortunately, Long Fei was not moved at all. So what? I can kill you? You're still afraid of him? Long Fei said with disdain. For the boss to survive. That was suicide. It did not exist. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the entire Bedlam lands will reject you. From now on, you will bear the curse of the primal chaos and attract countless pursuers. The Zhao family patriarch continued to speak. Rejection? Chase him down? Long Fei paused for a moment, his heart restless. All right, I'll take on as many as I can, no matter how many there are. Long Fei said angrily. Along the way it was basically all over the world. How difficult was it to open up a path of survival? Hence, it was good that the patriarch of the Zhao family did not say that, but the moment he opened his mouth, the anger in Long Fei's heart immediately flared up. As long as they dare to come, this father will make the whole land of chaos his enemy. What can I do? Die. God of heaven, berserk, behead! Long Fei roared and locked onto the Zhao family patriarch. With the fifth blade, the patriarch of the Zhao clan would definitely die. This blade strike would result in the eruption of 50 million blood. With the amount of blood left in the Zhao family patriarch's body, there was no other possibility but death. Long Fei watched on coldly, waiting for the blade to strike. Enough, stop. But at this moment, a will descended from the sky. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. A gaze roamed about from the void, penetrated through endless primal chaos and landed on Long Fei. In an instant, Long Fei became alert, as if his soul had been seen through and he was naked in front of his opponent. This power! Long Fei was shocked. This power was too terrifying. He was actually able to forcibly block the power of an Empyrean god madman. This also meant that the person who'd attacked had absolutely surpassed him by 15 levels. In other words, he was already above the Paragon level. Long Fei stood in his original position, not even daring to touch the power of the system, for fear that his secret would be discovered by the other party. But luckily, the dragon's scale that had been quiet for a long time actually released a ray of blood light at this moment, tightly wrapping Long Fei's sea of consciousness. After a long while, the gaze finally shifted away. The primal chaos will activate, and the battle of the god of boundary will begin in the unknown lands. For all eternity, this will be the time when the entire world breaks free from its bindings and reappears in the glory of the ancient times. Right now, I have already opened the inheritance of the 13 emperors in the primal chaos grounds. Anyone who obtains the inheritance can enter the primal chaos mountain. Long Fei, you can participate in killing Zhao Hao and taking his place to become the son of the primal chaos. The voice said lightly. The Lord of Primordial Chaos. The Lord of Primordial Chaos. Haha, the Lord of Primordial Chaos has finally appeared. I knew it. As the descendant of the Chaos Emperor, the Lord of Chaos definitely wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing. Brat, how arrogant, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. The expression on the face of the Zhao family patriarch changed instantly, and all the bitterness from before disappeared in an instant. In its place was boundless arrogance, as if he had predicted that as long as the Lord of Primal Chaos appears, Long Fei would be helpless to do anything. The Lord of Primordial Chaos. Long Fei was astonished in his heart. He had never expected that the Lord of Primal Chaos would appear at such a time. Ding. Trigger mission. Obtained the inheritance of the 13 emperors of Primal Chaos. Obtained the qualification to fight in the God of Boundary. Time of mission, 10 years, mission level, SSS. Task reward. Level +3, optional skill level +1, special system reward once. Mission failed. Die. What made Long Fei even more surprised was that he had actually left the system for a quest. Level +3? Skills +1? And there's even a system reward? Long Fei was extremely astonished in his heart. Needless to say, just the 3S rank mission was already shocking Long Fei. From the moment they entered the divine space, the S-level quest was already impressive. Right now, it could be said that this was definitely the first time the 3S's had been used. Plus, the reward from the system. This made Long Fei drool even more. Level +3, in addition to my level scroll, once I complete the quest, I will be able to directly level up to the peak of the ancient powers. If I kill the helicopter boss, I might even be able to level up to the super perfection stage. Long Fei looked forward to it in his heart. Accept, Long Fei said. A mission that was completely impossible to reject, and it sounded like there would be a connection between the battle of the God of Boundary and the moment Long Batian left the Primal Chaos grounds. Even more so, Long Fei wouldn't refuse. After that, Long Fei retracted his thoughts and looked at the Zhao family patriarch coldly. Kid, I told you earlier that you wouldn't be able to kill me. Now that the will of the Lord of Primordial Chaos has descended, who would dare disobey? Trash, just you wait. When I open the legacy of the great emperor, I will hunt you down endlessly in the future. I won't rest until I die. The Zhao family's ancestor was extremely proud. He was extremely excited, and he was even on the verge of death. But Long Fei's face became darker and darker. The will of the Lord of Primal Chaos descended, causing Long Fei to be unable to determine his position. He was considering whether to kill or not. But now, Long Fei's concern was gone. Fuck you, who cares who you are? Long Fei's heart trembled. In the next moment, with a blade in hand, Long Fei crossed the distance of 1,000 meters with a single step and arrived in front of the Zhao family patriarch. I don't dare to kill you? Do you think the Lord of Chaos will alone can save you? I said that even if the Emperor himself came, no one would be able to save you. You think I can't kill you just because the Lord of Chaos blocked my long blade? Reaper, 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 kill. Long Fei said coldly, I have a lot of instant kill skills. As the sound of his voice faded, the entire space turned dark. A black shadow appeared out of nowhere, and with a wave of the sickle in his hand, it beheaded the head of the Zhao family's ancestor. The system sounded out. Ding. The system's notification sound rang out. The system's notification sound rang out. If he didn't die, he wouldn't even exist. Even if the will of the Lord of primordial chaos descended upon them, it would still be able to block out the power of the Empyrean gods. However, Long Fei still had the Death Reaper, and with the Zhao family patriarchs less than 30 million blood, it was simply impossible for him to hold on. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Zhao family patriarch. You have obtained 100 million experience points, 100 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining Heart of Chaos. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the title Son of Chaos. The system's voice came to an abrupt end. Gone. Long Fei was startled. What did the ancestor of the Zhao family say about the Chaos Emperor's inheritance? Could it be a Heart of Chaos? Striking value, release. Long Fei took the initiative to choose. Although the level of the Zhao family's ancestor had already been demoted, accumulating striking value was already a piece of cake for him. Ding! Player releases striking value. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining skill. Hand of Chaos. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining skill +1. Ding! Chaotic Hand has met the requirements to level up. Devour Heart of Chaos. Skill +1. Current level, level 2. Long Fei was in a mess. The anticipation on his face had turned into bitterness. System, is there something wrong? If I go berserk, you're going to give me a skill? Also, give me a skill upgrade? What does automatic leveling mean? Can you give me a little choice? Long Fei expressed his indignation, feeling that the system had already stripped him of his human rights. In the next moment, Long Fei looked at the skill. Skill, Hand of Chaos, Attributes, Suppression, 100% chance of capture. Description, Ancient strong condensation, source unknown, use unknown. After looking at the attributes, Long Fei finally felt a sense of balance. Not to mention anything else, just a 100% capture was enough to make Long Fei pleasantly surprised. Capture him 100%? Would it evolve into a 100% chance of receiving a white blade empty-handed? It's simply a must to kill people for their goods. Long Fei thought. At the same time, he looked towards the name of the primal chaos sun that the system had explosively called, but when Long Fei lightly touched it, he felt as if there was an indescribable power of attribute on his body. At the same time, Long Fei felt that he seemed to have some sort of connection with this primal chaos ground. It was as if he was already above the life forms in the Bedlam lands to a certain extent. But at this moment, a killing intent abruptly descended on his soul. Puff! Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly retracting his thoughts and looking at the sky. The source of this killing intent was the will of the Lord of Chaos. I've already said that this matter ends here. You dare to resist? His voice was furious, his words following the law. In an instant, She felt that his hand of chaos was about to move, almost struggling out of the control of the system, and moving through the glass in his body. The Lord of Primordial Chaos. Long Fei's heart was filled with hatred. However, in the face of such power, there was no way to resist. Just a thought would be enough to kill Long Fei. This was a complete suppression. He felt as if all the bones in his body were shattering under this interrogation. A kind of heart-wrenching pain lingered in his heart. It was like thunder striking against bones. Crack, crack, crack. His eyes were like a blade, causing real harm. Long Fei felt as though his bones were being cut. The pain was unbearable. But even so, Long Fei still clenched his teeth and persisted. He looked resolutely at the sky and said with a deep voice, "My reverse scale, whoever touches it dies." Long Fei raised his head, and each word came to a halt. So what if he was the Lord of Chaos? A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you will die. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Also, you all, Long Fei is now the son of the primal chaos. If you want to kill him, you can only choose from the qualifications to do so. 3 months later, in the Heavenly Empire, the qualification station will be opened. If you do not participate, it will be considered as giving up. Anyone who gives up will die. The will of the Lord of Chaos, he said in a cold voice. After he had finished, the whole world suddenly became clear again. Long Fei's body loosened, and the pressure on his body immediately disappeared. Long Quang, have you left? Long Fei asked. Before, when the system went berserk for a moment, it did not feel like anything was amiss. Only then did Long Fei dare to call out to Dragon Quang. The master has already disappeared. Even the other peak of the great complete realm's powerhouse has retreated. Long Quang said. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Where are the people from the divine space? Long Fei added. Even if the old monsters from the Qin clan left, there were still enemies of the divine space surrounding this place. Long Fei did not dare to be careless. After being warned by the Lord of Chaos, he left with that person. Long Quang also said with a relaxed expression. TSK, it seems like the Lord of Chaos is truly powerful to the point of exploding. A group of people at the peak of perfection actually submitted to just one will. How strong is he himself? Long Fei's heart was moved. He had a feeling that once the will of the Lord of all fiends descended, it wouldn't be so simple. As for the god of boundary qualification battle, to Long Fei, it was also a conspiracy. Thus, Long Fei was somewhat curious about the Lord of all fiends. I don't know, but I'm sure he's the strongest person in this entire primal chaos. Long Quang said. Long Fei was startled, but immediately changed his name. What about compared to Emperor Xian? Master, my knowledge of these existences is still lacking. However, it would also be extremely easy for Emperor Xian to kill people at the peak of the super-perfection stage. Long Quang said with slight worry. Still too weak. However, there will be a day when I will break through this chaotic land. Whether it's the Lord of Primal Chaos or the Emperor Xian, I will crush them all with my bare feet. Long Fei said with a resolute expression. 3 months, Sky Empire? Alright, for Lousy, this is a chance to level up. We can't let him go. God's Pavilion, sense you Rose position. Long Fei swallowed a mouthful of medicinal pellet, recuperated, and instructed. Before the battle, Long Fei asked the God's Pavilion to send out the Lord of the Plain to take Yu Rou away. Now, through the God's Pavilion, he could naturally sense them. Master, I was just about to tell you that the aura of the Planar Emperor has disappeared. The God's Pavilion said. Instantly, Long Fei's head drooped. A vicious feeling grew in his heart. Disappeared? Is he dead, or is he too far away? Long Fei suppressed the anger in his heart and said. He isn't dead. The Lord of the Plain walked out of the God's Pavilion. If he died, I would have sensed his presence. Maybe it was because it was too far away, or maybe it was covered up by the powerhouse. As for the specifics, I can't really tell. God's Pavilion did not dare to hide a single thing from Long Fei. It's best if it's the former. Otherwise, I will let the entire unknown land die with me. Long Fei clenched his fists and swore in his heart. Then, Long Fei made Little Flower use her abilities to sense the surrounding area and search for the location of the Sky Empire. At the same time, in an unknown region of the primal chaos. Good boy, you really do have a big secret on you. Even the people from the divine space chased after you. Long Batian, is this what you meant by following behind you? Inside the primal chaos cloud, the primal chaos lord's eyes shined with a sharp light as he muttered to himself. 3 days later, Long Fei traversed 100,000 mountains and entered the 10,000-kilometer forest. 3 days later, Long Fei traversed 100,000 mountains and entered the 10,000-kilometer forest. At this time, Long Fei was completely focused. Wherever he went, he didn't leave even chickens or dogs. However, his level was already too high, and these existences were not even enough for him. The heck? After 3 days and 3 nights of killing, the total amount of experience left was less than 1,000,000. System, did you make a mistake? Long Fei leaned against a big tree, lazily roasting a demon wolf that he had just killed. Long Fei had thought that he would be able to accumulate some experience by barging into the thousandly forest. But he was wrong. The tyranny of the system was completely beyond his imagination. A demon beast that was comparable to an ancient almighty being in the 6th level only gave him 5 points of experience. Therefore, even if Long Fei were to fight crazily for the past 3 days, he would only be able to accumulate over 1,000,000 experience. However, Long Fei also knew that because of the madness of the God of Heaven, the system had strict rules on his leveling. Originally, based on the previous ratio, even if it were a monster of the same level, it would still give a few hundred experience points. But now it was only at a few points or even several levels higher, so it was only given a little. These few days, Long Fei had already gotten used to it. But what truly made Long Fei depressed was that after walking for 3 days and 3 nights, Long Fei's hands had gone numb from the slaughter, and he still had not found a way out. Not lost. It was as if the forest had no end. Thinking up to here, Long Fei couldn't help but ask, "Little flower, are you sure your senses weren't wrong? Why have you still not found the way out after walking for so long?" Right now, in these 100,000 mountains and 10,000 li of forest, it was already considered as a dead end for Long Fei. When the Flower Fairy unleashed his power, he could immediately sense a radius of 5,000 kilometers around him. "Master, it shouldn't be wrong. My perception hasn't gone wrong, it's just that I felt as if I had fallen into a trance. I walked back and forth for 1,000,000 miles. It's as if we were moving, and the whole jungle was moving too," the Flower Fairy said in an aggrieved tone. Long Fei was startled, and immediately stood up. Obscure? Could someone have set up a formation here? Long Fei calmed his mind and used his innate ability to sense the situation. Very quickly, Long Fei's face became pale white. The health point continued to descend. F***CK, I got disconnected. Long Fei roared, and forcefully tore away the sky's spill power. Hoo-hoo! In Long Fei's eyes there was a tinge of caution as he took deep breaths. In that moment just now, it was as if his heaven's birth had touched some sort of force, as if he had fallen for a beautiful woman and entangled himself within her. If he did not forcefully break it off, his health point might have been emptied. Even the energy of the sky's spill has been swallowed up? What exactly is here? Long Fei looked around, trying to find the answer to the mystery behind it. "Master, this place is too strange. We should still be careful," Long Quang reminded. "I know. Did you sense something?" Long Fei asked. "No, this is just a completely confused place. I can't feel anything, and other than the aura of the demon beast, there's nothing else," Long Quang said, and then there was no other sound. Long Fei frowned. He only had 3 months, so he had to appear inside the Sky Empire. Because the task reward of the system, to him, was a temptation that could not be rejected. He had originally thought that he would be able to easily make it through the 10,000-kilometer forest. Unexpectedly, the boat failed. In 3 days' time, he actually fell into a formation. No, we absolutely cannot sit still and wait for death. No matter what formation it is, it must have an eye. Long Fei stood up and searched around, not wanting to waste even a moment. What he didn't know was that right now, within a pavilion, less than 5,000 kilometers away from the jungle, a white-clothed man was currently drinking wine and looking at the copper mirror in his hand. "Young master, my Yantian bloodline has this holy artifact. Wouldn't it be possible for us to construct a massive illusory world with a flip of our hand? When that time comes, the son of primal chaos and the ruler of the wind and clouds are all idiots." A servant on the side flattered crazily. "You're right. However, although my sky spill mirror is powerful, it still has some flaws. I simply can't find the spirit of the sky spill that the ancestors spoke of. The man said, Young master, there's no need to be so discouraged. With your temperament, as long as that spirit of the sky-reaching realm appears, you will definitely bow down to him. The servant said, Ha ha, you're right. However, the spirit of the sky spill is more important now. When that time comes, as long as I take away his power, I will definitely be able to take a step forward. As the man spoke, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. What about now? Should the mirror world be withdrawn? The servant beside him knew that the man was about to leave. Who cares? Anyways, if you were to fall into my world, there is no way you would be able to survive. With that, the man turned around and left. The scene turned back. Long Fei stood in the middle of the forest. The wind sounded and the birds flew. Everything whistled past Long Fei's perception. But Long Fei did not move. He finally sensed the problem. F***ck, it's fake. Everything is fake. Long Fei was furious. He had already felt that from the moment he had entered the forest earlier, he had entered a gigantic world of illusions. Other than the experience gained from killing the demon beast, even the food that the devil ate was fake. Moreover, it wasn't some natural formation. It was a power that someone hiddenly laid. Mother****, don't let Lousy know who did this. Otherwise, I'll definitely create a yellow world for you to soak in for 7 days and 7 nights. Long Fei was a little angry. As he thought about what he had eaten these past few days, he felt a chill down his spine. Heaven's birth power condense! Long Fei shouted. He already understood that this was an illusory world, one level higher than a formation, and to some extent, this was similar to his own bloodline of the Heavenly Dipper. That was the reason why he had been swallowed up when he had used his own power to probe. But now, Long Fei could already feel that the devouring energy had disappeared. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, streams of sky spill power interweaved in Long Fei's hands, before finally condensing into a single point. Break for me! After a series of rumbling sounds, Long Fei only felt light in front of him, and finally returned to the forest. Whoosh! Mama, we're finally out. The first thing Long Fei did was check himself. He discovered that there was nothing abnormal about his body, it was only because there was an aura similar to the power of Sky Spill that he was slightly relieved. The power of the Sky Spill? Could it be the Yoshin faction? Long Fei pondered for a moment, then suddenly woke up, thinking to the current competition for the God of Boundary, the so-called inheritance of the 13 emperors. Could it be that the Yantian meridian wasn't severed, and was instead hidden? Long Fei's eyes moved, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. Long Fei sped along the road. With the help of the Flower Fairy, there were basically no obstructions. Long Fei sped along the road. With the help of the Flower Fairy, there were basically no obstructions. In less than a day, he had truly reached the edge. And this was even happening under a situation of Long Fei frantically killing everyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't even take 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Primal Chaos Devil Tiger. You have obtained 10,000 experience points, 100 Holy Source points, and 1 striking value point. The last giant beast fell in front of Long Fei, and they could already see the end of the forest. After a certain distance, they would be able to leave the 10,000-kilometer forest. At this time, Long Fei could already see some figures moving about. And Long Fei could even feel that the moment he appeared, everyone's gazes were fixated on his body. Child? Why are there so many children here? Long Fei calmed the excitement in his heart as he walked out of the forest and looked into the distance. At this time, the children were also staring at Long Fei. Big brother, did you come out of the forest? Suddenly, a little girl dressed in rags walked in front of Long Fei, 1 step at a time. Long Fei was startled and looked at him in disbelief. This was a mortal without any cultivation. It wasn't just the little girl. The other children were the same. Yes, I came out from inside. Why are you guys here? Long Face said with a chuckle. Then Big Brother, tell me, is there a hempen-clothed ant in the forest? Uncle Taoist said that as long as our clothes are fine, we won't have to die. The little girl said with a look of anticipation. Die? Long Fei was startled. From the god's martial continent until now, Long Fei was already numb to life and death. Long Fei knew that he was not a man with a heart of steel, but his hands were already drenched in blood. But now, after hearing the little girl speak like this, he felt his heart ache violently. He could see the thirst for life in the girl's eyes. But why die? Then, Long Fei bent over and hugged the little girl. There's nothing here except the demon beasts. Of course, there are not many demon beasts left now. Long Fei said. There was definitely something unexpected involved with this group of children. Originally, Long Fei only wanted to hurry over. But now, he had to stop. Otherwise, he would hate himself and forget his original intentions. Nope, it seems like Uncle Taoist is also deceiving us. I knew it, there is no Ma-e-nanny. Sob, 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 sob. As the little girl spoke, she started crying bitterly. Her sad expression made Long Fei feel pity in his heart. Wah! There is no sackcloth, Grandma. We are all going to die. I knew it. That stinking Taoist priest was lying to us. He didn't even have a Ma-e-nanny. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I want to go back and find my mother. Mother, where are you? The moment the little girl cried, the group of children lost all hope and began to cry. Long Fei's scalp went slightly numb, and a killing intent vaguely appeared in his heart. They were just a bunch of children, yet they had only just come into contact with the light of life. Who could be so cruel as to want their lives? Master, this group of children has been marked. The more they mourned, the more they yearned for life, the more obvious the power of the mark became. I feel that I'm on the verge of being triggered. Long Quang's voice suddenly sounded. And Long Fei's gaze was also fixed on Yaya's body, as he discovered that a fire-colored pattern was flickering on her forehead. Suddenly, a stiff figure slowly walked in from outside the forest. Long Fei's eyes instantly turned cold. He could feel that the marks on the bodies of the maidservants and children were coming off. Furthermore, this person was wearing a Taoist robe. It was obvious that he was the Taoist that Yaya was referring to. The Taoist man's eyes were filled with desire as he walked towards Yaya step by step. As for Long Fei, he chose to ignore him. Yaya, did you find Grandma Me? The Taoist priest said. Taoist uncle, I couldn't find my mother-in-law, but could you not let me die? I want to live, I want to find my mother, and I want to find my family. Although he was twitching, he still mustered up his courage and said, Yeah. Uncle can give you a chance to look for Grandma Me, but you didn't find it. If you didn't find it, then you would die. Look, it's not that Uncle wants you dead, it's that Grandma Me doesn't want to save you. Come to Uncle. Uncle will teach you to see your mother and family in your dreams. The Taoist man was tempting. Even though he spoke very plainly, his tone was still filled with endless greed and killing intent. Boom! As the Taoist's voice faded, the imprint on Yaya's forehead completely exploded, and a wave of will to die also emerged within her body. It's an idea seeking death. Or rather, it could be said that she had given up any hope of surviving. Right, that's right. Come to Uncle. The Taoist continued. But right at that moment, Long Fei made his move. Long Fei reached out and pulled her into his embrace. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. If you don't King go and fight with a monk over a nun and bring harm to a child, Lord Buddha will definitely be furious. Long Fei said coldly. The smile on the Taoist's face slowly faded as he looked at Long Fei coldly. Where did this brat come from? How dare he spoil this great Tao Lord's plans? The Taoist stood up and looked at Long Fei with killing intent. Bastard, your Taoist robes can't even cover up your ugly soul. Long Fei took a step forward, protecting the group of children behind him. You're courting death. When I take care of them, you will be dead. The Taoist man's hand flickered as the mark on his forehead flashed. Come here, quickly come here, Eerie, quickly come here, your souls will return, Uncle will bring you home. The old Taoist gave up on Long Fei and continued his technique. And under his words, Yi and the other kids uncontrollably walked out one step at a time. Damn, come back. Long Fei used all his strength to drag her, but what happened was even more terrifying. Even though he had grabbed her, her soul still walked out. Master, this group of children are the sacrifices that this person has cultivated. As long as this child has a new life or death will, he will have control over them. Long Quang reminded. Don't talk rubbish. Tell me what I can do to save them. Long Fei's eyes turned red as he asked. There's no other way than to find that so-called hempen-clothed grandma and let this group of children have the thought of surviving. Otherwise, even if you kill the old Taoist, it will be useless, Long Quang said. Long Fei's eyes were filled with anxiety. He knew clearly in his heart that there was no sackcloth grandma in this boundless forest. Even if you don't have one, I will make one for you. God's pavilion, come out to me as the master of the female plane. Long Fei instructed. Long Fei's mind sank into the God's pavilion. My greets master. Very quickly, a master of the realm appeared. He looked to be extremely old, which was exactly what Long Fei was thinking. What made Long Fei even more surprised was that it was actually called Mai. The crying continued. The crying continued. Yi and the group of children's souls were out of control as they walked out of their bodies while wailing. Yes, that's it. Come. The Tao Lord will bring you back to your homeland. A bean-green glow flashed in the Taoist man's eyes as he greedily killed. It was as if the souls of these children were, in his eyes, a feast for the eyes. Ya! Grandma Mi is here! Long Fei shouted loudly, and as his voice fell, the master of the realm slowly walked out of his sackcloth. Her steps were very slow, unhurried, and graceful. There was even sunlight that fell from the sky. Hoo-hoo! The wind was swaying, leaves were falling, and grass and trees were growing. Long Fei was dumbstruck. He just wanted the hemp garment to descend into the forest and come out. However, she didn't expect that hempen-clothed would be so flamboyant. This was a woman who brought her own BGM. In an instant, Long Fei felt that posturing had no realms. A silent posturing was the most fatal. It seems like I am still a pure Shao by dish on the road to acting cool. Long Fei thought in his heart and felt quite helpless. It was at this moment. The Taoist raised his head and looked at Long Fei and hempen-clothed man who had walked out of the forest with an ice-cold expression. Of course, there were also a group of soul-bound children who also turned around. Hempen-clothed. To them, these two words were the hope for survival. In a split second, Yi waited for the child's soul to stop at every minute, exuding the desire to live, and began to walk back. No, that's impossible. There is no hempen clothing in this world. He's not. Yi, come back here for me. The Taoist man's face suddenly turned malevolent. He raised these children up until now for the sake of harvesting their souls. It was about to succeed. But unfortunately, he was messed up by Long Fei. Long Fei did not care about him at all, as he continued to drag Yi's soul back into his body. Instantly, the mark on his forehead vanished. And Yi and the others finally woke up. Grandma Mai, it really is Grandma Mi. We don't need to die. Great, we don't have to die. There really is a hempen-clothed grandma, Taoist uncle, we don't need to die. Abruptly, the spirits returned to their bodies. The minds of Yi and the others recovered completely as they looked at the linen robe before them in pleasant surprise. No, that's impossible. Who are you? The Taoist said indignantly. Long Fei disapproved and placed Yi and the others behind Ma Yi. At this moment, the linen robe appeared, and the will to survive was released. The imprint was erased, and all ties with the Taoist were severed. Now, everything was out of the Taoist's control. Then Long Fei wouldn't care about anything. Who am I? I'm the one who wants your life. I don't care if you kill me, but if you take my soul, I won't allow you to die. Long Fei said coldly. The heavens cannot tolerate this. Ha ha, little brat, you are already at the brink of death, do you still not know? You dare to provoke the matters of the Longevity Palace? You will definitely die. Young Master Chongqing is already the Master of Life bestowed by the Lord of Primal Chaos, and he will compete for the qualifications to the God of Boundary. You dog, you've ruined the great affair of Master Longevity. Your 9 lives are not even enough for you to die. The Taoist man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke viciously. He hated that he couldn't kill Long Fei right now. He had nurtured these souls for a long time. Now that they were about to reap their rewards, all of their efforts were for naught. And all of these were bestowed by Long Fei to their death. Longevity Palace? God of Boundary's qualification? Long Fei's eyes moved. He really did get what he wanted. Right now, he wanted to know how to get to the Sky Empire. Coincidentally, the Longevity Palace was a very good choice. Are you afraid? Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. Help me harvest their souls. Who knows, maybe I will spare your pathetic life. Seeing Long Fei hesitate, the Taoist became even more pleased. Then, he shifted his gaze to the hemp garment. As for this person, he probably has quite a deep relationship with you. He is going to die, and only if he dies will the will of these children be born. Kid, if you want to live, then kill him, the Taoist man said with a mocking expression. But before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black as a black shadow swept over his face. Boom. Asterisk. How stupid are you to kill your ancestors, old dog? Long Fei punched out, directly knocking the Taoist over. The Taoist's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the ancient realm, 1 level lower than Long Fei. Could not withstand Long Fei's power at all. Even if it was the most ordinary punch, it wasn't something that could be blocked. Under the punch, everyone's face swelled up, and their facial features were twisted and entangled together. Brat you! Boom! Asterisk, F asterisk CKU, this isn't the first time you've done this, right? I've lost a lot of souls, but this is the first time I've killed someone like you. What can the Longevity Palace do? The Lord of Life? Is it that amazing? Your father is still the son of Primal Chaos? Long Fei punched out again. Stop! Stop! Stop hitting me! If you continue, I will die. Once I die, Master Longevity will know what happened here, and then you won't be able to escape either. The Taoist began to beg for mercy. Long Fei was completely unmoved. Boom. Asterisk, this punch is for the souls you killed. Boom. 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 These 3 punches are for lousy. Long Fei said without holding back. One punch was heavier than another. Wait, I don't seem to have done anything to you. The Taoist suppressed the pain and lowered his head to the dust. You scared lousy when you wore that Taoist robe. Long Fei said softly. Boom. Asterisk, this punch is for the Longevity Palace. Boom. Asterisk, Long Fei said every single punch he threw out. In the end, when he really had nothing else to say, he just punched directly. The Taoist man was no longer a human. He was curled up on the ground. Furthermore, Yi and the others already knew that the Taoist man wanted to kill them all. Even though they were afraid, no one pleaded for mercy. After venting his anger, the anger in Long Fei's heart gradually disappeared. Scram. Go back and tell your master that one day your father will kill him, Long Fei said. Killing such a person was completely useless to Long Fei. Long Fei was too lazy to do anything. Moreover, Long Fei needed the Taoist to lead the way. Not mentioning that the longevity palace was a type of inheritance, it was one of the participants in the qualification battles. Just by the way the other party was cultivating, it was impossible for Long Fei to let go. Ding! Congratulations player on triggering task. Annihilate longevity palace. Mission level, time, half a month, task reward, 1 divine body fruit. At this moment, a system notification rang out. Long Fei was a little dumbfounded. His main motive was to seize the qualifications to participate in the God of Boundaries. But now, another mission had appeared to destroy the longevity palace. I wonder if I can create another one after seizing their inheritance? If that's the case, then it would be awesome if my subordinates could gather over a dozen of the Emperor's legacy. Long Fei's eyes shone as he thought. Do it. Long Fei was extremely generous. He always knew in his heart that he had to face the Emperor Xian, so accumulating his foundation was extremely important. Long Fei turned around and looked at Yi. At this time, their souls had returned to their bodies. The mark had disappeared, and they had regained their freedom. But at this moment, the leader of the group suddenly fell to the ground. The mark that had disappeared on his forehead is becoming more and more obvious. Master, not good, someone is forcefully harvesting it. Hempen-clothed man said in shock. The mark exploded. The mark exploded. Terrifying energy appeared out of nowhere one after another. It was extremely strange as it controlled Yai and the others. In the next moment, the soul actually escaped the body uncontrollably. Long Fei was secretly anxious, but he did not know how he should attack. Just then, a voice came from afar. You dog, you actually dare to touch someone from my longevity palace. This old man wants to see who gave you the guts to do so. Long Fei looked over with cold eyes and was immediately certain that it was someone from the longevity palace. That was because the Taoist who had spoken just now was standing behind him. Brat, today I want you dead. This is our longevity palace's eldest grandson, Elder Lu Rong. You're dead today, the Taoist man said with a vicious expression. Then he turned to his grandson, Lu Rong, and a look of grievance appeared on his face. Elder Zhang's son, it's him. I already succeeded in the beginning, but it was all because of him. You still dare to hit me? I don't have the face to see anyone anymore. Elder Zhang's son, you have to help me. The Taoist man covered his face and leaned on the elder's back like a spoiled child. Long Fei's eyeballs fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that the Taoist in front of him was the one he had beaten up. If not for the same bruises on his face, Long Fei didn't even dare believe that they were the same person. F***ck, you hid your strength so well. I thought you just didn't want to light up the Green Lotus, but now it seems that you came down carrying it on your back. So King Heavy Taste. I really should have killed you with a punch just now, so that you wouldn't feel disgusted with me now. Long Fei said with disgust. However, Long Fei did not say a word, and the rage on the longevity palace elder, who was brought over by the Taoist, became even wilder. Bastard, you truly do not know your place. At the third level of the ancient era's great power, you are only bullying my paths. In front of this old man, you are not even a fart. And you want to save these children? This old man won't let you do as you wish. If you want to save them, this old man will let them die. The eldest grandson, Lu Rong, had a vicious look in his eyes as he drew a mark in his hand. As soon as the mark was formed, it erupted with a devouring force. The struggling expressions of Yi and the other children became more and more serious. However, they were only mortals. How could they be a match for the eldest grandson, Lu Rong? The soul could not withstand the devouring force and left the body. Long Fei's face turned cold. Old thing, stop. Long Fei immediately made his move with his big killing weapon. Without any hesitation, he swung his pole down. You overestimate yourself. You are merely at the third level of the Ancient Almighty. Even if I stand still, you will not be able to harm me. The eldest grandson, Lu Rong, was dismissive. Rumble. However, in the next moment, the power of the killing weapon exploded and endless killing intent burst forth. The eldest grandson, Lu Rong's, expression changed drastically. Brat you! The eldest grandson, Lu Rong, retreated abruptly. But even so, he was still hit by the great killing weapon, heavily smashing into his back. With a swing of the staff, the ground collapsed into a 100-meter deep pit. The back of the eldest grandson, Lu Rong, was hollowed out, blood and flesh all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing an elder of Longevity Palace. You have obtained 100,000 experience, 1,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Dead. Just 1 hit. The heck, did you think that I would be that awesome? Isn't it longevity? Lu Rong. I think you're too stubborn. You ate deer antlers, right? Long Fei said. The eldest grandson, Lu Rong, was smashed to death by Long Fei's rod strike. The Taoist man and the other disciples of the Longevity Palace behind him were already dumbstruck, not daring to believe what they had just witnessed. Dead. The elder is dead. How is this possible? It must be an illusion. The elder must not have died. I don't believe that elder will be fine, the Longevity Palace disciple said in panic, his face a mask of panic. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing no response from the deep pit, the crowd had no choice but to believe it. The eldest grandson, Lu Rong, their elder, was already dead. The Taoist man's eyes instantly turned red and rushed over without caring for his life. Bastard, I'll kill you! Long Fei's eyes turned cold and he sneered. Heh, so deep in love? Then I'll send you all to hell so that he won't have to eat too much. There's nowhere to put him. Boom! Long Fei swung his staff backwards. The Taoist was swept into a deep pit and died there. However, there was no response from the system at all. If one's level was not higher than Long Fei's, killing him would be a waste of time, and the system would not give him any experience. As for the remaining disciples of the Longevity Palace, Long Fei didn't do anything. Like the Taoist, they were mostly at the 3rd level of the 2nd or 3rd level of the ancient power. It would be a waste to kill them. He now had a mission to destroy the Longevity Palace. When the time came, he would have a clean and crisp meal. So. All of a sudden, the disciples of Longevity Palace turned around and ran away, not even daring to utter a single word. When everyone had disappeared, Long Fei returned to the side of Ma Yi. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. Your power? Long Fei was a little confused. From the beginning to the end, the Lord of the Hempcloths hadn't made a move. But now, her aura was extremely weak, as if her soul had been hollowed out. Master, I will be suppressed by them. That kind of power is too overbearing, and can reverse yin and yang. I'm afraid that even my power cannot be suppressed for too long. The linen robe explained. Reverse yin and yang? Is it that magical? But how can you be so familiar with this power? Long Fei asked. It must be understood that the sovereigns of different planes all came from different planes. Could it be? Was the plane where the hemp robe was located also at such a level of power? Master, actually, this Longevity Palace is my husband's rule. Your husband? Long Fei was suspicious. Master, my husband is the founder of the Longevity Palace, the immortal emperor. The linen robe spoke again. Long Fei stared blankly at her, exclaimed and said, Damn, great Emperor Chongqing? The fortress. Long Fei was worrying about being too confused about this unknown land, and why Yu Rou was nowhere to be seen. To think that he had an antique by his side. Yes, that's Emperor Longevity. However, the current Longevity Palace has completely ran in the opposite direction. The power you use is all the demonic arts that my husband despised all those years ago. The linen-robed man said. So you're saying, this so-called Sir Longevity, did not receive the inheritance? Just to make up for it? Hearing my say that, Long Fei guessed it. I don't know that year, Hempenclode said, but he did not finish his sentence. His face was slightly flushed, and he did not know what to say any more. Long Fei was a little speechless. This unexplainable sense of familiarity made Long Fei think of the great clan elder of the lower plane of the fox race back then. She was obviously already in her late years, yet she still had to show that she was a young girl. It means the heart can't take it. Isn't he your husband? How could you not know? Long Fei asked, changing the topic, not waiting for Ma Yi to continue talking. That was just my husband in my heart. Back then, he had already fallen before I could confess. The linen-robed man said. Long Fei. Long Fei was unable to keep up with his pace. This kind of coquettish maneuver exceeded Long Fei's knowledge. He simply could not imagine how the hemp garment could be replaced with reality from a fantasy. Before he had even confessed, he had already said that the other party was her husband. He simply could not imagine how the hemp garment could be replaced with reality from a fantasy. Before he had even confessed, he had already said that the other party was her husband. After thinking about it, Long Fei still did not speak. At this time, the linen robe became a little stiff and stopped looking at her. This kind of power is completely different from the Emperor of Longevity. Great Emperor Chongqing, through life and death, through reincarnation, has emerged again and again from the cycle of reincarnation and has truly achieved longevity. However, this kind of power can only increase one's lifespan by adding more souls. It's basically an evil art. Mai said bitterly. He felt that great Emperor Chongqing's Tao had been tainted. Long Fei nodded and asked, Okay, but the question now is, how do we save them? I don't know, but I feel that the Longevity Palace should have the power we need. Mai shook his head as he spoke. After Long Fei heard this, he muttered to himself for a moment and made his decision. Good, since that's the case, then let's go up to the Longevity Palace and take it head-on. In any case, the journey to the Longevity Palace was already a must, and brute force was only one method. Boss, actually saving them isn't that hard. Just acquire the power of longevity and that will do. At this moment, a voice sounded. Long Fei's body trembled. His face was immediately filled with excitement. Zhang Yu, you're awake? Long Fei said. A few days had passed since the previous battle, and at that time, Long Batian said that Zhang Yu was not dead, but had turned into a rotten seal. Boss, I've regained my will. However, if I want to regain my will, I'll need some time. Zhang Yu said. It's good that you've awakened, but what was the power of longevity you mentioned just now? Long Fei slightly paused for a while and said. Within the space, the cracking seal suddenly jumped and then released a trace of power. Boss, this is the power that I absorbed after you killed the Longevity Palace Elder. It was only through the stimulation of this power that I regained consciousness. Furthermore, I can feel that this power can also wake up this group of children. Zhang Yu said. All right, then let's go to the Longevity Palace and take care of him. Long Fei's eyes flashed as he said arrogantly. 3 days later. The Longevity Mountain, the mountain peaks overlapping each other. After walking out of the forest, Long Fei had the Flower Fairy cast a spell to sense the area within 1,000,000 kilometers. Longevity Mountain? What a great reputation! Could it be that you can't even live forever on this mountain? Long Fei said in his heart. Master, this mountain is filled with a strong life force. Grass, wood, insect, beasts, they all have a strong life force. Some already have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. Flower Fairy replied from within the space. Millions of years? Didn't that mean he has already King become a spirit? Long Fei was startled. After he finished speaking, he felt that this Longevity Mountain was a little exaggerated. He didn't expect that Flower Fairy's words would immediately perk Long Fei's spirit. Zhang Yu, Do you think the power of these plants can help you recover? Long Fei asked. A spirit grass plant that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years could already be considered a divine medicine. Using this kind of spirit medicine alchemy, Long Fei was confident that he could increase the effect to the extreme. Boss, these things are useless. They have nothing to show for them, they must be alive now, and they are only affected by the special power of this place. As long as the power of longevity disappears, they will wither. Zhang Yu said. Long Fei's face darkened. Long Fei naturally knew of Zhang Yu's words. Hundreds of thousands of years. There were too many variables. The blue sea and the blue sky, the revolving star passage technique, had probably already changed a few times. It was even possible for the longevity mountain to sink down to the ground and emerge again, not to mention these spiritual medicines. Looks like this longevity palace really has quite a few secrets. Hempen clothed, can you feel the inheritance of the longevity emperor in the longevity palace? Long Fei asked as he looked at Mai. Right now, Hempsi was following beside Long Fei, carrying Yai on his back. Behind him were a few other planar lords. The same was true for them. They bitterly toiled on, not daring to complain. Master, it's been too long. Furthermore, right now, the longevity palace is filled with the power of the soul and has already drowned out the true power of immortality. I can't feel any power of longevity. As the linen robe spoke the truth, the anger on his face became more apparent. Apparently, he was thinking of his husband who had yet to pass through the door. Long Fei immediately shut his mouth, in case he said more, he would make the sackcloth go berserk. Following that, Long Fei continued to move forward. This longevity mountain had a special restriction in power, making it impossible to fly. Only by walking step by step would he be safe and sound. Otherwise, the life force within his body would be devoured. On the other hand, Long Fei was fine. He had the system, Little Green, which could recover immediately. However, Mai and the others were different. There were also a few others. They were simply mortals who could not endure such torture. 6 hours later, they finally reached the peak of the mountain. But seeing the scene in front of him, Long Fei's face immediately revealed dense killing intent. Withered bones, the entire mountain was filled with dried bones. Fuck you! Longevity Mountain is simply a death land. Long Fei's heart was filled with hostility. He could almost hear a soul wailing in the wind. This was the place where the corpse of the longevity palace was thrown away. Moreover, his bones were like mountains. There were hundreds of thousands of them. From this, it could be seen how many mortals the longevity palace had killed before this. In fact, it might even be a child the size of a maidservant. Longevity palace. If I don't explode with you, I won't be surnamed Long today. Long Fei gasped for breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. He walked forward. And at this moment, a strange scene occurred. Wherever Long Fei passed by, all the bones would immediately vanish into thin air. It was as if they didn't exist at all, disappearing in an instant. Immediately after, Long Fei felt as if a heavy burden had inexplicably appeared on his body. It was as if he was being held down by something. Long Fei stopped to carefully sense the surroundings, but he was unable to do so in the slightest. At this moment, the linen robe suddenly put the F*King B** tch down. Master, this. Long Fei turned around and looked at the shocked face of the hemp garment. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly felt that the bones above the ground had disappeared one by one, as if they had been annihilated by the wind. But Long Fei could clearly feel that all of the energy had already entered Yai's body. This was an irreversible process. Even if Long Fei wanted to stop it, it would be too late. After 3 breaths, all the bones in the mountain disappeared. At this moment, Yaya's eyes unnaturally jumped. Hey, are you okay? Long Fei went closer and asked. But there was no reaction at all. His eyelids drooped heavily as he fell into a coma once more. Long Fei's head sank. Master, Yai is fine. I can feel that Yai's body is filled with the desire to survive. It must have been the will of the original owners of the bones, left behind by the dead. The linen robe spoke with a pleasant surprise on his face. Is that so? Don't worry, I will definitely let you live, Long Fei said calmly. But at this moment, a ladder descended from the sky with a loud bang. Live? None of you will survive today. You killed a person from my longevity palace, and now you still dare to take the initiative to visit my doorstep. I really don't know how the word death is written. An old man walked down an illusory ladder that merged with the clouds. Long Fei did not say a word. Without saying a word, a killing weapon appeared in his hand and changed into a blade, then he waved it. Long Fei's eyes shone with a cold light, the killing intent around him became even colder, and without any emotion he shouted, "First kill." Long Fei had already been corroded by the killing intent. Long Fei had already been corroded by the killing intent. The actions of the longevity palace gave rise to the thought of slaughter in Long Fei's heart. The bones were all shouting, and their hearts were filled with unwillingness. Although it had already disappeared, the bastard who carried their desire to live was constantly reminding Long Fei. He had to avenge them. Kill! The heaven-revolving killing weapon in Long Fei's hand turned into a giant rod, and directly smashed into the cloud with a loud bang. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ladder was instantly broken apart by Long Fei's pole. So. Figures descended from the sky one by one. Their cultivation bases were all around the 7th level of the ancient supreme realm. How dare you, what bastard, dare to behave so atrociously in my longevity palace? What about the bones? Could it be that they are here for the corpses? Since this is the case, we must not let him leave this place alive. Otherwise, the reputation that our longevity palace has held for tens of thousands of years will be ruined. Kill him. The people from the longevity palace suddenly felt murderous. The scene before their eyes touched their sensitive nerve. In front of the world, the longevity palace was a sacred place, but in reality, only they knew in their hearts that this was a demon den. Every single one of them could not cultivate without their souls. Only by devouring a living soul could one turn another's lifespan into one's own, thereby achieving longevity. But now, such an ugly side of her was actually known by Long Fei. It was as if they were using a camera to record the most beautiful women in the world, but were suddenly dispelled by someone, revealing their ugliest looks. They would never tolerate such a thing. But when she looked at Long Fei, her expression was cold. He had no intention of letting any of these people go. Because from the voices in the air, Long Fei knew that all of them were using this method to cultivate. In that case, go to hell. Long Fei waved the staff in his hand like a blade. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The saber light flashed by and immediately turned blood-red. With a single slash, he had killed dozens of people. Ding, 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 ding. The system rang out continuously. These people all had cultivation bases of the 7th level of the ancient power. Although it did not give Long Fei much experience, it was fortunate that the system did not deduct any problems this time. Who the hell is he? Can anyone tell me what happened? No, run. We are no match for him. The disciples of the longevity palace were instantly dumbfounded. Although their cultivations were not weak, they were still intimidated by Long Fei. Who the hell is this? Didn't they say that he was only at the 3rd stage of the ancient realm? How can it be so powerful? Who was it that lied to us? Didn't they say they had a root in their hands? Damn it, don't let me know who it is. I, your father, will swallow his soul alive. For a time, the disciples of the longevity palace were in complete chaos. Longevity. Longevity. They had long since been brainwashed by longevity, and now facing death, they had already lost their courage. And Long Fei's expression did not change in the slightest. He swung out with his saber again. Boom! Crack! 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 Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Blood flowed everywhere, and large amounts of blood fell from the sky, staining the ground and turning the sky blood-red. Under this saber strike, countless Longevity Palace disciples had died. There were only a few who were uninjured because they were too far away. However, even if he wasn't injured, his face was still pale. Long Fei's strength caused extreme fear in their hearts. Long Fei held his big blade and walked over. "Don't come over, don't come over. You demon, run, quickly find an elder. Yes, he is a demon. We must kill him and get the elders to come over. When the elder arrives, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will still die without a doubt." The few remaining Longevity Palace disciples began to run away frantically, threatening him with their mouth. "Demon? Even in the evil demons, I'm not even half as good as you. Since you all say that I am a demon, then today, I shall use your blood to fulfill the wish of my demon." The killing intent in Long Fei's eyes was like a blade, piercing right through the heavens, smiting Devil Slayer. Swish! Immediately, the blood light erupted. With a simple flash of killing intent, he had killed those people. Just like that, hundreds of Longevity Palace disciples had fallen, leaving not even their corpses behind. The place where the corpses were thrown had completely turned into a river of blood, and dark red blood floated on the ground. Sigh. At this moment, another cloud ladder descended from the Longevity Palace. Soon after, a few white-robed elders walked out. Not bad. Finally, a few decent ones came out. Long Fei said coldly. The cultivation base of these people were not bad. They were already at the 3rd or 4th level of the super great complete realm. Who are you? Who was it? My Longevity Palace has no grudges or grievances with you. Why must we be ruthless next time? The old man in the lead said. His killing intent was dense. Without enmity? So what's the enmity between these kids and you? What did they do wrong? Long Fei raised his head and asked. This bunch of ants? An ant doesn't know its destiny. It is also their fortune to be able to become our power. Right, and you, at most, are just a slightly stronger ant. As an ant, I don't even know myself. Do you really think that ants can overturn the heavens? A few of them spoke up with cold smiles on their faces. In regards to Long Fei's words, he did not put her in his eyes at all and treated her as a joke. You mean because you're strong, they deserve to die? The anger in Long Fei's heart rose rapidly, scurrying around his limbs and bones. In fact, he could even feel that the great killing weapon, the one in his hand, was flickering with a fierce light. His killing intent had already surged to its limit. This was not the first time he heard this. This was the case for Xian nationality back then. They believed themselves to be high and mighty, and that all living beings were like grass in the grass. Life and death were all on their minds. And now, it was the same for the people from the Longevity Palace. But unfortunately, this was what Long Fei hated the most. You're right, weakness is the greatest sin. Since they have committed a crime, we will naturally accept them on behalf of the heavens. Trash simply doesn't have the right to speak. Their existence is a type of sin. And you, another trash, also died. Do you think killing a few disciples of my Longevity Palace is so awesome? As long as we act, we can kill you. Trash, today is the day you die. Several Longevity Palace elders spoke up one after another. In their eyes, these people had no human rights at all. However, they did not notice that the fury on Long Fei's face had become even stronger without them saying a word. At the end, Long Fei's eyes were completely red. Since that's the case, then go and die. A great killing weapon of the circulatory cycle revolution, kill for me. Long Fei soared into the sky, picked up green onions from the dry land, flew out a few thousand meters, and then chopped down with his blade. Rumble. The ladder exploded once more. The elder in the lead took the brunt of the attack. Just as he reacted, he raised his head and saw a bunch of saber lights descending. He was directly beheaded. Now, tell Lousy who is the F** king trash. Long Fei coldly said from above, like a god of death. The world was silent. The wilderness was silent. The world was silent. The wilderness was silent. There was not the slightest sound from the entire Longevity Mountain. With one slash, Long Fei seemed to have cut through space, causing everyone's gaze to freeze on him. Say it, who's the F** king trash now? Weak is a crime? You deserve to die for being weak? I'm asking you, who gave you the qualifications? I thought I was on top. Why aren't you beeping anymore? Long Fei asked word by word. Brat, you're dead for sure. Do you know what you're doing? You are provoking the dignity of my Longevity Palace. You actually dare to kill an elder of my Longevity Palace? Even if the Lord of Chaos came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Humph, kid, just you wait. The powerhouse S of our Longevity Palace will descend, and you will undoubtedly die. A few elders of the Longevity Palace said weakly. They were no longer talking like this. Long Fei was being too tyrannical, carrying the azure sky behind him. It was like a mortal being judged for his sins. Longevity Palace? Haha, are you that awesome? This daddy wants to overturn the Longevity Palace. Enough of your rubbish. Just now you said that being weak is a sin, so being weak deserves death. Then right now, your father is stronger than all of you. So, all of you F** king go to hell. With that said, the blade in Long Fei's hand descended once again. Boom! The long blade formed by the great killing weapon of the cycle came slashing down with a loud bang. In the instant that he slashed out, the entire sky changed colors. The endless power of longevity was submerged and the sky was covered. What replaced it were patches of blood red. It was a space filled with endless killing intent. And on Long Fei's body, it was filled with killing intent as streams of blood-colored energy condensed into armor. Ding. Absolute slaughter domain has been opened. All attacks from the main character increase damage by 100%. Duration 10 minutes. With the appearance of this domain, the system beeped. Long Fei was startled, but immediately became ecstatic. Slaughter domain. This was a passive skill of the heaven-revolving murderous weapon. After killing enough of them, it would be able to condense. Previously, Long Fei thought that he had already formed it to perfection and wanted to take the initiative to use it, but in the end, he didn't expect it to be a passive skill. But that was it. Long Fei was also extremely excited. He could feel that even his blood was burning with killing intent. The absolute power of slaughter surged within his palm. This is a true killing tool of the circulatory cycle revolution. Fuck, the damage doubled. It's a pity that there's no boss. Long Fei felt that it was a pity. In this domain, he was basically invincible. Long Fei could feel that he could now kill everything in the ancient realm with his bare hand. Even a paragon wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. What is this? If I can't break through, how can I? How can I be locked up? No, that's impossible. This is our Longevity Palace. How could there be a restriction? The voices of doubt, shock, and horror filled the air. They were dumbfounded. They no longer had the courage to fight when Long Fei started the fight. Even though she said those harsh words, she only wanted to escape and made Long Fei worry. But who would have thought? Not only did Long Fei not stop, he even turned around and cut off their retreat path. Kid, are you really going to fight to the death? Yes, if you let us go, you still have a way out. Otherwise, when the palace lord of our Longevity Palace arrives, you'll die a graveless death. If you're smart and remove the ban now, we can pretend that nothing happened. A few Longevity Palace elders said with sullen faces. Long Fei was all smiles. However, under the endless killing intent, his smile was extremely strange. It was like the final glance of a reaper. Unravel it? As if nothing happened? Did you F** king get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do I pretend like nothing happened? Those people whose souls you brutally devoured? Can they pretend nothing happened? Longevity Palace, your father will turn him into a palace of the dead today. Long Fei laughed in sorrow. Indeed. Right now, Long Fei's heart was indeed very angry, and his heart was pained for these mortals who had been slaughtered by the Longevity Palace. Therefore, Long Fei bore their hatred. He had to create a karmic karma. Boom! In the slaughter space, Long Fei's blade descended. The killing intent that filled the sky gathered together, transforming into bloody sabers one after another. So. Blade lights scurried everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. Pa. The sound of heads dropping to the ground sounded out one by one. Corpses fell from the roof one by one. The entire Longevity Mountain had become a purgatory. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing an Elder of Longevity Palace. You have obtained 160 million experience points, 10,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! After a few consecutive sounds, all the elders of the Longevity Palace had already died. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining 6 paths of longevity. Ding! The power of longevity has been devoured. 6 elders, 6 streams of the power of longevity. However, it was quickly swallowed by the corrupt seal. Long Fei did not mind, after all, to him, Zhang Yu was not someone who could be compared to such a power. Moreover, there were a lot of people in the Palace of Longevity. Long Fei wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have more of the power of longevity. At this time, Ma Yi and the other realm lords were also looking at Long Fei with a face full of worship. Thinking about how he still wanted to fight Long Fei in the Abyss Demon Palace, he felt a chill down his spine. Master is so powerful. Of course, once those old monsters have been revived and follow the Master, we must overturn this land of chaos. I can't wait to see my Master look down on the world. A few old monsters had excitement in their eyes as they chatted. But Long Fei did not care. Because at this moment, the ladders on Longevity Mountain began to move again. However, the cloud ladder this time was clearly much higher. Even the clouds in the primordial chaos automatically moved aside, revealing the hidden space within it. A ladder leading to the sky appeared. At the end of the ladder was a huge palace. Longevity Palace. He's finally appeared. Long Fei's eyes moved, with the spatial domain of mass slaughter. He stepped onto the ladder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the cloud ladder began to change. One chain after another shot out from the middle. What a wild thief, daring to behave so atrociously in my Longevity Palace. Today, the Japanese palace will capture you and let you know the consequences of provoking my Longevity Palace. On the cloud ladder, a figure walked out from the front of the Longevity Palace. Suddenly, a ray of light was released. Boss? Long Fei was overjoyed, but in an instant, the pleasant surprise disappeared without a trace. It's not the boss, it's the fucking power of longevity. So violent. Is he, after all, the Grand Shrine's palace master? But he's not a boss. It's a pity. Long Fei thought. However, this surging power of longevity still moved Long Fei's heart. Such pure energy should be enough for Zhang Yu to be clear-headed. Moreover, perhaps the injuries of Ye and the others could also be healed by this power. Surround him. Boss, go kill him. Within the space, Zhang Yu's voice was filled with desire. Too dazzling. Too dazzling. It was so dazzling that Long Fei couldn't help but want to rush forward and surround him. This was even without the boss's light. The pure power of longevity had already moved Long Fei's heart. At the same time, the other party's situation had already appeared in front of Long Fei. Supreme Paragon Level 8, 80 million HP. However, there was one thing that surprised Long Fei. After 80 million blood, there was actually a series of questions. This made Long Fei a little confused in his heart. 80 million is 80 million, what the hell is this question mark? Long Fei coldly snorted. With a move of his great killing weapon, the slaughter domain came crashing down. Teaser, kill. Kill equals 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 kill. In an instant, the cloud stairway of life collapsed once again, disintegrated by the raging killing intent. It fell down bit by bit. The entire MT. He was now cut off from the rest of the mountain. Hemplin and the rest watched as Long Fei controlled the slaughter domain in the air. His eyes gleamed. However, they knew that what they needed to do now was protect the child in their hand. As for Palace Master Chongqing, he was simply not Long Fei's match. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a series of explosions could be heard. Long Fei's slaughter domain was too strong. When he released his killing intent, more than half of the Longevity Palace was destroyed. Dog, you are truly courting death. Palace Master Longevity's face darkened, and the aura around his body became even more berserk. Then, the Longevity Palace took the initiative. He reached into the slaughter domain with one hand. He thought it was just a trick. Trash, today the Japanese palace will let you know that in front of absolute strength, all methods are unnecessary. In this world, only strength is the only way. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace was domineering and decisive. With a disdainful look, he extended his hand into the slaughter domain. In fact, there was even a hint of malevolence in his eyes. In his eyes, Long Fei was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. A difference of over 10 levels was simply an insurmountable obstacle. Just a single move and Long Fei would definitely die. At this time, Long Fei had a face full of ridicule. Let's see how amazing you are. You actually dared to enter with your bare hand. This hand is also full of sin. In that case, don't take this hand. Just cripple it. Long Fei bellowed, the killing intent in his eyes exploding. Crack, crack, crack. Within the slaughter space, an endless amount of killing intent exploded. They began to confuse each other. After that, it was like a crazy meat grinder. He had directly thrown Palace Master Longevity's hand into it. Instantly, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and was shattered into pieces by his feet. Ah, my hand, my hand! The expression on Palace Master Longevity's face suddenly changed, and the savage look disappeared without a trace, superseded by panic and confusion. In just a moment, both his hands were crippled. Acting tough. Keep acting, Long Fei said as he looked at Palace Master Longevity. The great killing machine was already in a berserk state, and the more time it consumed, the more time it consumed. His killing intent was even purer. The number of powerhouse who died under the great killing weapon of the cycle of the heavens was already far too many to count. The concentration of that killing intent had already reached its limit. It was comparable to true damage. Come, try again. You dare to step foot in here, I'll chop off your feet. If you dare to come in here, I'll use it like a urinal, Long Fei said coldly. And now, the Palace Master of Longevity Palace had already lost his consciousness in pain. It was as if he had gone mad. Brat, I want you to die. I want you to die. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace was infuriated. Dong. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace was infuriated as a burst of red light burst out from her body. Long Fei's eyes moved. At this moment, he finally realized what was going on with the string of question marks behind the long line of blood traces. The power of immortality. With the eruption of this red light, Palace Head Longevity's arm actually grew back. The string of question marks had also changed. It became a real number. 100 million. 100 million. Long Fei was dumbstruck. This was a special energy that surpassed the original value of his life. Mutate. A mutation at Jubi. Long Fei's eyes lit up. The only thing I want to say about this mutation is, give me a dozen. Instantly, Long Fei, who was engulfed in killing intent, had an arrogant smile on his face. There was no helping it, this kind of sudden accident. It gave Long Fei a feeling as if he was on stimulant. Before, when he did not feel the light of the boss on Palace Chief Chongqing's body, Long Fei felt that it was a pity. Unexpectedly, the main event had just begun. On the other side, Palace Head Longevity had finally regenerated his arm after losing it. The number on top of his head had also become 170 million. Brat, you angered me. I am the Palace Master of Longevity Palace. Even if the world were to change, no one in the vast ocean and the blue sky will be able to harm me. Today, I will let you know what is called the power of longevity. Soul stealing. Capture. Devouring power. The Longevity Palace Mistress shouted as an astonishing devouring force erupted from her hands. This power was entirely provided by his health point. It was his mutated attribute, the power of longevity. But this time, Palace Master Longevity had become smarter. He didn't even enter his slaughter domain, but instead absorbed it through the air. Shwa shwa shwa. The power of longevity transformed into a blood-red demon. Whale swallows the sea. Even his killing intent was devoured. Long Fei's body shook, and he could only feel his soul shaking. It was as if his soul had left his body and was no longer under his control. You are still far from stealing my soul. A big killing tool, explode for me. Long Fei's eyes focused. Suddenly, the long blade in his hand swung out crazily. Every time it descended, it would behead the demon formed from the power of longevity. Boom, 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 boom. Long Fei slashed again, and in the entire space of the massacre, the power of longevity also continuously dissipated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When Long Fei slashed out the 99th slash, all the power of longevity in the space instantly dissipated. Even Palace Head Longevity had turned pale at this moment. He flew backwards, as if he had lost control of his body. It heavily crashed into the ruins of the Longevity Palace. Puff! Palace Master Longevity spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible! You only have the cultivation of the second level of the ancient era. How could you possibly withstand the power of my spirit plunder? No, I don't believe it. Feng Shen. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace attacked once again. His body immediately flew out from the rubble, his speed so fast that even Long Fei could barely catch a glimpse of him. F***CK, are they risking their lives? Long Fei's eyes turned cold. Looking at the attribute on Asgard Master Chongqing's body, which was falling crazily and consuming tens of millions of blood, he did not dare underestimate him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, a huge crushing force descended from the sky. Even the slaughter domain was constantly shrinking. It was as if the entire world had been imprisoned. The huge crushing force suppressed Long Fei's heart, causing him to feel stuffy and his blood flow to reverse. His entire nervous system had become extremely oppressive, as if some kind of force was tightly binding it within his body. He couldn't use any strength at all. Ha ha ha, boy, you are so arrogant. You are so awesome. Once my divine seal, let alone you, even if you're at the peak of perfection, you have to obediently bow your head. Who are you to dare act so arrogantly in front of me? Palace Master Longevity was incomparably arrogant as he laughed maniacally in the air. Palace Master Longevity was incomparably arrogant as he laughed maniacally in the air. At this moment, he was like a king that turned defeat into victory, and completely suppressed Long Fei. Inside the god-killing domain, Long Fei was extremely anxious. The tearing of his soul caused him to wish that he was dead. Pain. The pain was indescribable. This kind of pain far exceeded the five senses. Even though Long Fei had wandered back and forth between life and death countless times, at this moment, he felt that it was unbearable. It was as if his soul had been extracted and slowly divided into tens of millions of strands. Drip, 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 drip. Streams of blood trickled down Long Fei's forehead. His eyes had begun to blur. The pain almost made him lose his way. What Long Fei didn't know was that, at this moment, the B** cheese on the Mai's back suddenly opened their eyes. Big brother! Looking at the struggling Long Fei who had fallen into a coma, his young and tender face became extremely complicated. Within her eyes, a trace of fury and ruthlessness that didn't match her age appeared. Rays of milky white light radiated from her body once more. They flowed into the children of the remaining planar lords. In an instant, these children seemed to have been endowed with limitless power. They flew out from the planar emperor's body. Even Yahweh. The expressions of Mai and the others changed. Not good, it's the obsession that I received earlier. They saw the person who devoured their souls, and they want to fight to the death. Hempen-Clothed said anxiously. How did this happen? Wasn't it fine just now? The leader of the group asked in disbelief. Just now, it was Master who held the absolute advantage. Now that their master has been suppressed, the unwillingness in their hearts has been stimulated. Mai said, but did not intervene to stop him. Then what do we do now? Should we not stop them? Why don't we just directly take action? As long as we kill this old trash from the Longevity Palace, everything will be settled. Right, damn it, I've long wanted to kill this kind of trash who refines the soul to survive. All of the planar lords were filled with righteous indignation. Only the linen-robed man had an indifferent expression. Don't move. This method was too bizarre. I once heard the Longevity Emperor say that this is the ultimate opposite power of the power of longevity. Once a god is sealed, the soul will become incomplete and split into tens of thousands of pieces. And then, I will search for even more that have the power of life, just like the path of longevity. In the end, the spellcaster forcibly took it away. To think that the current Longevity Palace has truly cultivated this kind of power. Hempen-Clothed man looked cautious. Her intention was to stop the planar lord from making a move, precisely because she was afraid that if she did make a move now, it would affect Long Fei. Then what should we do? Shall we stop these people from having children? What if they make a move and affect the master? Right, how about we stop them? We can't let them harm master. The planar emperor spoke out in succession. However, Hempen-Clothes didn't move at all. Wait a moment, I believe in what the eternal emperor once said. Master will definitely be safe and sound. The linen robe spoke indifferently. At this time, Long Fei who was inside the supreme divine domain. He seemed to have fallen into depravity. His vision had already blurred, and his consciousness had sunk into darkness. He couldn't even connect to the system anymore. But at this time, Long Fei's consciousness was extremely clear. He could clearly feel the indescribable power, like a sharp blade, capturing his soul and then pulling it out one by one. F***ck, what kind of power is this? If I didn't have the system, I would have died for sure. Long Fei said in his heart. No, I have to think of a way. Otherwise, if I cut your father's soul into 1,000 pieces and lose even a little bit of it, it will be troublesome. Long Fei thought. Suddenly, a black figure flashed past Long Fei's eyes. Long Fei stared blankly at her as his consciousness returned to his body. You too. Long Fei's eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, he saw that the children behind Yaya had actually entered his God-Slayer domain, and the souls within his body turned into streaks of milky white light that entered Long Fei's body. Long Fei was stupefied. He did not know what these existences were trying to do. But in the next moment, Long Fei felt his soul relax. The pressure instantly disappeared. Furthermore, as the milky white light fused into his body, Long Fei could clearly sense that his own soul was being repaired. Those that had been cut open slowly returned to their original state and were repaired. Long Fei was overjoyed. In any case, this was the will to live that had existed for who knew how many years. Long Fei did not mind it too much. 1 breath of time. 2 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time. As time passed, Long Fei could feel that his soul had gradually recovered. Imperceptibly, Long Fei felt that his spirit energy had been strengthened, as if he could no longer die, and his soul had become immortal. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect these existences to still have determination. An ant that has been dead for thousands of years, and still wants to live. So what if I fix it for him? If you can repair it, I can bestow divine retribution upon you once more. Feng Shen, reseal it for me. In the air, the Lord of Longevity Palace laughed arrogantly. His blood bar once again plummeted, and he once more consumed most of it, leaving behind only 100 million. Long Fei felt his soul sink. The pain came again. However, what was different from before was that the moment he felt the pain, the milky white light appeared again. Killing intent exploded in Long Fei's eyes. No matter what, these people were killed by Palace Head Longevity. And now she was helping him. Even if they had nothing to do with each other, Long Fei still felt that he had to avenge them. But now, he was waiting for the power to disappear. At that time, it would be the end of Palace Head Longevity. So. The two forces collided. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Long Fei could clearly feel that the milky white-colored energy was slowly decreasing. It was simply not enough to resist against the soul-tearing strength of Palace Master Chongsheng. This is bad, Long Fei thought. But at this moment, Yi suddenly took a step forward, walking in front of Long Fei. What are you doing? Long Fei's eyes moved as he had a bad premonition in his heart. Big brother, I know you saved us. Now you need us. Now is the time for us to repay you. A naive smile hung on his face. There was also a sense of relief, a feeling of relief. In the next moment, Yi and the children behind her, under the guidance of the milky white light, pulled out their souls. This was their home. Life's soul. Whiz! A boy's soul smiled at Long Fei and entered Long Fei's body. No! Long Fei roared, his eyes red. His heart became incomparably heavy. Next, the second one. The third. Every time one of them disappeared, Long Fei could feel that his soul had returned to normal. However, the pain in Long Fei's heart had already reached its limit. Big brother, there's still the last one left. Let the pussy do it. Yi sweetly smiled and walked out with her soul. Long Fei struggled to refuse. Long Fei struggled to refuse. This scene caused Long Fei to feel extremely unresigned in his heart. He wanted to stop her, but his soul had yet to be fully recovered. He could only watch on helplessly, unable to return to his body. No. There's no need to talk about lacking a soul. Don't do anything stupid. I want you to live. Long Fei's heart was close to roaring, and that feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body, seeping into his bones. At this moment, Long Fei deeply felt regret. If he had not given Palace Head Longevity a chance to act cool and use the heavenly god frenzy, this situation wouldn't have happened. Didn't care about getting hurt at all. He could let her use her life's soul to dissolve his pain and help him. Long Fei could not accept this. However, Yi's soul had already left his body. With a smile of relief, she walked towards him step by step. Yi, no. Absolutely not. There are too many innocent lives lost to me already. I can't let anything bad happen to you. Long Fei made up his mind. Right now there was only one option. That was to break through the shackles and dissipate the power of longevity from the soul. This was the only way to prevent the power of her soul from being absorbed into it. However, if he did so, it would result in his own soul being separated and would be difficult to merge with. But right now, Long Fei couldn't care so much anymore. Break for me. Long Fei's consciousness started to attack. Boom! Long Fei gathered all of his souls together and began to forcefully attack. You still want to fight back? He's really overestimating himself. Your soul has been split apart. You still dare to attack my power? Today my soul will shatter. In the distance, Palace Master Longevity had a cold smile on his face. In his eyes, Long Fei had already died. Divine Seal Soul seizing. It was his way of offering. And the offering was Long Fei. He was the master of the memorial. Stop struggling. As long as a strand of your soul doesn't merge with it, you won't be able to break free. Once the life-soul power disappears, you will also die. I want you to use the power of your soul to honor the immortal glory of my Longevity Palace. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace said sinisterly. At this moment, from the depths of the Longevity Palace, several elders slowly walked out. The Palace Master is indeed powerful. She subdued him the moment she attacked. Throughout all these years, no one has dared to provoke the dignity of my Longevity Palace. Today I shall make his life worse than death. Right, divide his soul into 1,000 portions and place them on a plate. We'll eat together. Haha, although this child is hateful, his power is still quite good. One person is worth thousands. Haha, especially for someone like him who has nowhere to live. His life spirit is even more delicious. The people of the Longevity Palace were overjoyed. Previously, they hadn't dared to show their faces at all. Now that they had been subdued by Palace Head Longevity, they were already fearless. That's right. Since he has killed so many people from our Longevity Palace, he will use his life soul to serve as our food. Unfortunately, young Master Chongqing is still in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, young Master wouldn't even need for the Palace Master's help to subdue him when he comes out. I can feel that young Master is about to come out of seclusion. As they spoke, their eyes were filled with greed. It was at this moment that a boom resounded from the depths of the Longevity Palace. Then, a figure walked out. His red robe seemed extremely noble. Young Master, you finally came out, otherwise you would have missed a good show. The elder quickly said. Who is this? For the Asgard mistress to actually use the divine sealing soul-seizing art. Longevity Gongzi spoke blandly, his lips brushing past the corners of his lips. He was extremely bewitching. Young Master, you don't know that this dog had previously destroyed a disciple's operation. Later on, he even wantonly attacked our Longevity Palace. How reckless! The Longevity Palace elder flattered him and said with a smile, "Kill my Longevity Palace disciples? How audacious! Those few people also came together with this dog. I'll reward you guys." Longevity Gongzi said as he looked at Mai Yi and the others. When the few elders heard this, a vicious look appeared on their faces. I've been waiting for my salary to come. We'll talk about it later with this dog's soul. However, all of you can just treat it as an appetizer. Make your move. Kill them and sacrifice their teeth. Several elders said as they rushed down. The expressions of Hempen-Clothed and the others remained unchanged. They had all once been super powerhouse of their own plane, so they had never seen any battle formations before. You dare to attack us? It's time to make the world tremble. Old ghosts, let's see who kills more. The planar lords had wanted to attack long ago, and if it hadn't been for Hemplin blocking them, they would have long ago clashed head-on against Palace Master Longevity. Hempen-Clothed Man also had a cold expression. The reason why she did not make a move was because she was afraid that it would affect Long Fei, since she had taken Long Fei into account. However, he had no choice. Long Fei's situation was too unknown. If he continued to wait, he could only sit and wait for death. Go ahead and kill. It wasn't easy to get here, but you have to let people know what it means to be respectful. Also, make the Emperor's legacy become like this. If they don't die, how can they face the Emperor? As he spoke, he took the first step. A copper coin appeared in her hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The copper coin revolved in the hempen-clothed man's hands, gradually becoming incomparably large. Copper coins. Currently, even the Grand Mist crystals are useless. A bunch of poor cowards. I don't know what sort of place they popped out of, but they actually used copper coins as their weapon. Is this a soul treasure? Ha ha. Taunt, sneer, one after another. In their eyes, they did not even put the linen-robed man in their eyes. A bunch of little bastards. When Lousy was acting so arrogantly, you didn't even King know where you were kneeling and licking. The master of a plane had made his move. He could no longer endure such mockery. Boom! He punched out, and then it turned into a huge mountain, heavily crashing down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mountains crumbled one after another. An elder of Longevity Palace didn't get to dodge in time and was smashed into meat patties. I'll do it. Yet another lord of another plane had stepped forward. He transformed into a 30,000-meter tall giant, and his body flickered as he transformed into a whistling wind. With a stretch of his hand, he grabbed the person from the Longevity Palace. With a slight tug, he crushed the person into a chunk of flesh and blood, scattering them into the air. Me too. The master of the third plane transformed into a giant tree that covered the skies. Every time he swayed, a branch would pierce through the chest of an elder of the Longevity Palace, killing him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 9 elders of the Longevity Palace had fallen. Only one was left, and he was frightened out of his wits as he walked to the side of young Master Zhang Shun. Haha, come on, aren't you trying to kill us? Come, don't be cowardly. Who dares? Who's the grandson? All of the planar lords were incomparably arrogant. The Palace of Longevity and the young Master of Longevity. In their eyes, violence was the only way. But right at this moment, Master Longevity made his move. He took a step forward. Beneath the red robe, a strange energy was growing out from his stomach. You think that our Longevity Palace won't be able to kill a few trash? One move is enough to kill you all. The sky suddenly changed. The sky suddenly changed. Even the Longevity Mountain was shaking. Even the masters of the other planes found it hard to maintain balance as they swayed back and forth. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An enormous power exploded from the mountain, penetrating through the mountain and directly connecting with Master Longevity. You ants, you will never know the power of an emperor's inheritance. A single move is enough to kill all of you. Young Master Chongqing's red robe fluttered in the wind, extremely disdainful. Longevity Day, soul burial ground. Soul suppressing. Master Chongqing shouted. Suddenly, the eternal mountain beneath the feet of the planar emperor suddenly exploded, and an enormous abyss appeared out of nowhere. Even the sovereigns of the plains weren't able to react. Boom! A bloody light burst out from the abyss. It directly devoured the lord of a plane. Soon after, the entire world was covered in blood. Aside from the hemp robe, all the other planar lords were covered in blood. However, the hemp clothes were different. The color of blood was not only from Hempsy's body. At the same time, the copper coin in her hand became even stranger. It hovered in the air before disappearing into the endless blood red. Young Master Longevity's expression changed, extremely embarrassed. He could actually feel the power of the Longevity Mountain that he had summoned slowly being devoured. It was devoured by that coin. Impossible, this is the power of the immortal Emperor. Who are you? How could you possibly absorb this kind of power? Master Longevity took a step forward and pressed himself right in front of the linen robes. Ma-Yi was completely unafraid. She didn't even raise her head. He directly slapped over. Boom. Young Master Chongqing took a step back, and the power of his longevity blocked the power of the hemp garment. You all are really a bunch of animals. You even dare to go to the grave of the life Emperor. Emperor Chongqing truly has raised a bunch of ingrate. I taught you the path of longevity, but in the end, even the tomb was moved by you. Bastards! You bunch of beasts! I must kill all of you!" Hempen-clothed man's eyes were red. He couldn't wait to kill young Master Chongqing right now. But now, the Lord of the Realm was more important. She knew that the Master of the Plane was very important to Long Fei, so even if she was burning with anger right now, she wouldn't dare to not save him. So. The copper coin spun faster and faster in the endless crimson light. Streams of blood-red energy were devoured by the copper coin. The copper coin turned into a red blood ball. At the same time, the figure of the Lord appeared from within the crowd. However, each and every one of them was heavily injured and riddled with thousands of wounds. Hempen-clothed man quickly struck out, flying through the air and rescuing the planar lords one by one. "Master, hurry up and come out. They're going to die." Hemplin was worried. And all of this was witnessed by Long Fei. The current Long Fei was similarly resisting the power of longevity. "Master, are you sure you want to do this?" In the space, Long Quang asked with a deep tone. "Is there a better way? I can't just watch as you die. Someone has already died for me, but I, Long Fei, don't care about my life. But I won't let anyone else die for me either. If you have no other way, then shut up," Long Fei said in a deep voice. He knew that Long Quang was doing it out of good intentions, but now, he had to make a decision. Both the Master of the outside world and the Master of the outside world were in danger. Only when he broke out of this shackle would he be able to solve the problem. "Great killing weapon. Kill," Long Fei said in his heart as he looked at her. Swish. The great killing weapon, the blade light, struck directly at him. Sigh. A sharp pain spread across Long Fei's heart. This slash had severed that sliver of his soul. This was the only way to regain control of his body and break free of the Palace Master's soul-sealing bind. Ding. Slaughter domain time final. At the same time, Long Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly took that split soul power, Yaya's soul and body, and stored them in the system space. And then he looked towards young Master Longevity. Right now, young Master Longevity was looking excitedly at the ball of blood floating in the air. A greedy look appeared in his eyes. The Longevity Ball. Ha, I didn't expect it to be the Pearl of Life. This sort of legendary object was actually formed from a single copper coin. I am indeed the fated eldest son. Once I obtain the Orb of Life, I will be invincible, even if I am at the peak of the ultimate supreme realm. What 13 emperors' inheritances? They're all dog shit. As long as I can obtain the Orb of Life and the qualifications to enter the God of Boundary, who else could I be? Young Master Longevity laughed. I'll let you go. For someone who is like a bastard and who dares to hurt me, who the hell gives you the qualifications? Long Fei roared. Without saying a word, he slashed his blade over. Boom! Blade light swept across the sky, and the surging blade chi disappeared in a flash. It hacked down. Young Master Longevity's expression changed drastically as he suddenly reacted, pulling the elder beside him and placing him in front of himself as a shield. The elder died. Ding! The system beep appeared, but Long Fei did not react. At this level, apart from some EXP, not even trash would drop. Master Longevity, right? From today onwards, your name will be changed. You will be called a short-lived brainless idiot. Because today, even if Emperor Chongqing were to be reborn, he wouldn't be able to save your pathetic life. Killing intent exploded in Long Fei's eyes. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill young Master Longevity, destroy Palace Lord Longevity, and destroy the Longevity Palace. With just you? An existence just like an ant dares to speak such arrogant words. Asgard Mistress, I'll leave this brat to you. I am going to snatch the Pearl of Life. Young Master Longevity said in disdain. After that, the figure of the Longevity Palace mistress also descended from the skies, and at this moment, his gaze was firmly fixated on Long Fei. He actually cut off his own soul, idiot. No wonder he was able to struggle free from my power. So he was using this method. Also, your absolute domain has disappeared, right? What qualifications does the current you have to fight me? Palace Master Longevity said as he looked at Long Fei, and then struck down with his palm. Heaven returning palm. Pow! A palm descended from the sky. Long Fei fearlessly charged forward to meet him head-on. 8 Extreme Berserk. Boom. Asterisk. The moment the fist and palm collided, space collapsed and space distorted. The figure of Palace Master Longevity was sent flying backwards. Even though he was a boss, he only had a little more than half of his HP left. With such power, even if he used the God of Heaven fanaticism, Long Fei would still feel that it was a waste. Boom. Asterisk. A loud sound of impact could be heard. After smashing into the ruins of the Longevity Palace, the figure of Palace Lord Longevity was in an extremely miserable state. Long Fei walked forward step by step, arriving in front of the Palace Master of Longevity Palace. Shout again. Come on. Feng Shen? Stealing the soul? Do it again. The anger in Long Fei's eyes exploded. All of this was caused by Longevity Palace's Palace Master. Not only did he cause his soul to split, he also caused Yaya to lose her life. All of this just as Long Fei was about to attack and strike a fatal blow towards Palace Master Longevity. My Yi's voice suddenly came out. Master, be careful. The voice of the sackcloth came from behind him. The voice of the sackcloth came from behind him. Long Fei's heart tightened as he instinctively took a step back. Bang! A bloody light appeared, bringing with it a torrent of corrosive and devouring power, and landed directly on the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A loud sound echoed out. Even the earth could not withstand this kind of suppression. It directly caved in, becoming scorched yellow. Long Fei's eyes were cold and detached, as she looked towards the source of the power. His eternal longevity's young master's hand was covered in a bloody light. You're dead meat. In this chaos, there is no one who would dare to act so wildly in my Longevity Palace and leave. No matter what status you have, you will undoubtedly die today. Young Master Longevity said coldly. With just you? A short-lived dog. I originally thought that great Emperor Chongqing's power was amazing, but it's nothing more than this. You don't have to worry. As long as you kill this old beast, it'll be your turn. Long Fei said. Right now, within the Longevity Palace, only the two of them were left. Palace Master Longevity was at least a boss, and right now, his HP was already close to half. With just a few more moves, the Reaper would be finished. Little bastard, you're still spouting nonsense even now. Who do you think you are? Are you the Lord of Chaos? Or a Emperor Xian? Even the Lord of Primordial Chaos wouldn't dare to claim that he had destroyed our Longevity Palace. What are you? Do you think you're so awesome just because you've freed yourself from my power as a god? Naive. My son, activate the power of Emperor Chongqing. Let this group of kid in the wilderness know what it means to be the successor of Emperor Chongqing. Palace Master Longevity crawled up from the rubble, fury on his face. Being sent flying with a single punch from Long Fei had caused his heart to become angry, and at the same time, he also felt resentment. At this moment, the Longevity Palace had been crippled. He, the Palace Master of Longevity Palace, had become the commander-in-chief. His heart was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to hack Long Fei into 1,000 pieces. Especially when he was actually sent flying by Long Fei's fist, that hatred exploded outwards. The corner of young Master Chongqing's mouth twitched. Father, it's making a big deal out of nothing. This kind of dog is worthy of using the power of the Emperor of Life? I think too highly of him. The power of an undying general is not something he can handle. Young Master Longevity smiled complacently in his eyes, and then with a move of his hands, a medallion appeared in his palm. General Chongqing, rise. As the sound of his voice faded, the entire Longevity mountain directly split in half from the middle. And then, a dark staircase. This flight of stairs. It was the complete opposite of the ladder. A path into the void. One led deep into the earth. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, a series of tremors appeared. This voice was like thunder shaking the world. What is it? Long Fei's eyes moved as he looked at the hemp garment. He knew that the relationship between Mai Yi and Emperor Chongqing all those years ago was not shallow. Although she didn't confess to him, at least she had a crush on him. Master, I am not sure. It's just that I feel an extremely terrifying power. Hempen-Clothed said with a frown. Long Fei pondered as he looked towards the darkness of the earth. A power that even the sackcloth was unaware of was related to the Emperor of Life. What kind of existence was this? Right now, young Master Longevity and Palace Master Longevity were standing side by side, both of them wearing cold smiles. Ha ha ha, you dog thing, just wait for me to tremble. You will never know that even though Emperor Chongqing is the Emperor of Longevity, his power is fundamentally unparalleled. Next, kneel and beg for mercy in front of the strength of an undying general. But even if you kneel down, it's useless. The only result of provoking my supreme Longevity Palace is death. As Master Longevity spoke, the medallion in his hand flashed. Whiz! This light pierced through the endless darkness, bursting in. Dong, dong, dong! The massive vibration came once more, even more frenzied than before. It was as if a huge monster was sprinting out of the ground. Long Fei squinted his eyes as he held the killing weapon tightly. Boss, this power is so strange, I feel like it's the same power as my decaying power. At this moment, Zhang Yu's voice sounded again. Same as the decaying power? That idiot said it's the undead power? F***CK. Could it be a 10,000-year-old zombie? Long Fei's heart thumped. However, before he could think about it, a giant monster appeared in front of him and shocked him. An armor covered in rust came rushing out from the ground. After circling the sky with a blank expression, he kneeled down in front of Master Longevity. Haha, you won't die. Fine, kill him. Young Master Chongqing pointed at Long Fei. Roar! The iron armor suddenly moved, and roared as it pounced towards Long Fei. Swish! Long Fei only felt his body sway, and before he could react, a black figure had already appeared. Boom! A figure of a fist landed. Long Fei felt a sweetness in his throat, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. F***CKU. Why is this kind of power so violent? Long Fei stood up. He looked at the steel-armored soldiers that were once again rushing towards him, and anger flashed past his eyes. Mother****, I'm giving you face, right? Get lost. The large killing weapon in Long Fei's hand changed, and he smashed it down, smashing the armored soldier into the ground. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Palace Head Longevity and young Master Longevity. But then again, Long Fei was not aware of it. With this swing, the system did not give any notice. The only possibility was, he didn't die at all. Long Fei turned around and immediately retreated a step. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boom! A pair of giant iron fists came smashing down. It was none other than the armored soldiers. Not only did he not die, he became even more berserk. It was as if Long Fei had used her true flame and lost all reason. Roar! 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 The armored soldier roared and attacked Long Fei crazily. Long Fei kept dodging and he didn't even have a chance to attack. He was hit in the middle and his HP was reduced by more than half. In the distance, when Palace Master Chongqing and young Master Chongqing saw Long Fei in such a sorry state, they became even more proud of himself. Haha, kid, why are you so arrogant? Awesome, you still want to kill us? Why don't you take a piss and think about it yourself? This is the undead power. If he doesn't die, you will be exhausted to death sooner or later. So what if your fighting strength is high? You still dare to threaten us? Looking at how you are beaten up like a dead dog, it's really funny. Young Master Longevity laughed heartily as the color of the medallion in his hand gradually changed. An undying general, attack. Smash him into mincemeat until his mother can't even recognize him. Master Longevity ordered. As the sound of his voice faded, the armored soldiers launched another round of attacks. In the distance, Ma Yi's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to stop them, but was stopped immediately by Long Fei. No need, I'll be damned if I die. It's like who won't die. I want to see whether he'll kill me or me. Immortal body rise. There was madness in Long Fei's eyes, but as his voice fell, his undying body immediately increased. Not die. Not die. Even the system had a time limit of 3 minutes. Could there be another existence that was even more powerful than the system? This was impossible, and definitely not possible. Therefore, Long Fei simply could not believe that this steel armor in front of him really did not die. Even if he didn't die, there must be some extremely harsh conditions. Thinking about it, Long Fei immediately attacked. Boom. Long Fei immediately chose to engage in a close combat. Since he was not going to die, he might as well play a ruthless game. Boom. Boom. Time and time again, Long Fei collided with the iron armor and his body was sent flying. He really is an idiot. He's going to fight to the death with his physical body. Haha, just you wait. He'll be beaten into a bloody mess in less than 3 breaths. Young Master Chongqing was extremely excited, and had already given up on paying attention to Long Fei. He took one step at a time towards the sky. The ball of blood was what he wanted. At this moment, the linen robe also had a cautious look on his face. She looked at Long Fei's fearless fighting style and felt worried in her heart. But at this moment the situation suddenly changed. Long Fei was still fighting with the armored soldiers. Under the impact of this power, Long Fei's HP slowly decreased. However, after being drained of blood, it did not change. This was the function of the immortal deity body. The distant young Master Chongqing also fixed his gaze on Long Fei, his sinister face turning into a state of panic, unease and fear. He was tongue-tied. It was hard to understand. In their eyes, Long Fei would definitely not be able to hold on for much longer. He was in control of the immortal ranked medallion, so he naturally knew how powerful this undying warrior was. He knew exactly how powerful the undead power was, that it had been immersed in history. If he didn't have the Imperial Edict, he would have been beaten to death when he faced the Invincible General. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a minute. But now, Long Fei was actually clashing head-on with the undying warrior. How is this possible? Who are you? Longevity Gongzi said in panic. Long Fei shot a glance over with madness in his eyes. Watch carefully, if you don't die in your eyes, then how did you get played to death by your father? Long Fei said coldly. Boom! Another punch. The armored soldier was directly pierced through by Long Fei and smashed into the darkness of the earth. At this moment, the armored soldiers finally showed some changes. The armor on his body began to fall off bit by bit. His health bar had gone from a series of question marks to an accurate number. 20 million. To Long Fei, this level was something that could be killed in an instant. Long Fei did not pause at all, and directly entered the boundless darkness. Boom! The moment the foot landed, the entire armor completely shattered, revealing a rotting corpse. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying iron-armored soldier. You have obtained 80,000 experience, 80,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining undead power. Ding. Undead power has been devoured. Immortal body time will be extended by 1 minute. Long Fei listened to the system prompt. His heart trembled. Fuck, is the system going berserk? It was my luck that exploded. The undead power, has it even upgraded to an immortal body? Long Fei was ecstatic. 1 minute was simply heaven-defying. 1 minute wasn't a long time, but if it was added onto the immortal deity, it was very likely to be the key to survival. TSK, what an unexpected surprise. Anything else? Where's your undead general? Is there anything else? Call him out. I'm going to beat him to death. Long Fei laughed madly, and looked towards young Master Chongqing. Longevity Gongzi's expression was ugly. He didn't expect that he would die just like that. The immortal existence in his eyes had actually died, just like that. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Even if you kill the undead warrior, what can you do? Do you dare to kill me? I am the Lord of Life gifted by the Lord of Chaos. With this status, even the Emperor wouldn't dare to touch me. Do you understand? Your father is standing right here. Do you dare to come and kill me? Master Longevity threatened. Now, seeing Long Fei killing all the enemies before him, fear had already appeared in his heart. Even supreme paragons of the 9th level wouldn't be able to struggle free from Palace Head Longevity's soul-sealing lock. But Long Fei succeeded. At that time, he would use his undying power to subdue Long Fei. But now, even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to beat his opponent. Thus, he had already thought of retreating. Long Fei smiled lightly. Threats? It doesn't exist. You don't dare? I'm afraid you've lost your mind. In my world, there is no such thing as not daring. Today, if I don't make you into a fool, I won't even look back. Long Fei said. In the next moment, Long Fei's figure directly flew into the sky from the darkness. Whiz! Light and shadow intertwined. Long Fei plucked onions from the dry land and directly rushed to the side of young Master Longevity. Boom! A fist descended. Young Master Chongqing did not even have time to react before he was directly struck by Long Fei's fist, falling from the 9th heaven into the darkness. Boom! Long Fei chased relentlessly, punching after punch. In the end, he even took out his killing weapon and hacked down with his saber. Call me young Master Longevity? The legacy of the great Emperor? Is it that amazing? If this daddy wants to kill someone, I will never care about the identity of the other party. You think the Lord of Chaos will be able to protect you? Too naive. Die. Long Fei sneered. The Lord of Primordial Chaos had once said that the legacies of the 13 divinities would be competing for the God of Boundary. Before then, no one else could make a move. However, not fighting did not mean that they could not kill each other. Moreover, even if it was the Lord of the Primal Chaos, Long Fei wouldn't mind. If you don't accept it, then do it. As for the boss, it was impossible for Long Fei to stop. Even though there was no sign of a boss on young Master Chongqing right now, Long Fei still had the feeling that this young Master Chongqing was more like a boss than Palace Master Longevity. Boom! The saber landed, and pierced through young Master Chongqing's chest. Little bastard, stop! At this time, Palace Master Chongqing finally reacted and suddenly attacked Long Fei. A vast pressure descended once again. Snatch my life! The Palace Master of Longevity Palace shouted. His methods were extremely powerful. Get out of my way! Long Fei turned around and slashed out, directly blocking the power. At this time, Master Chongqing also received a moment of respite. While Long Fei was being affected by the Palace Master, he turned around and ran. Boy, just you wait. If you dare to touch me, wait for me to take the qualification battle. I'll definitely kill you. Young Master Chongqing's voice came from the darkness. Long Fei looked at the endless darkness in his eyes, and wanted to give chase. But Palace Master Longevity's power had once again descended. Brat, just you wait. My son will eventually inherit the legacy of the Longevity Emperor, and at that time, you will undoubtedly die. As Palace Master Longevity spoke, he exerted his strength once more. Damn it, it's not over yet, right? Do you think I can be affected by you after I've destroyed my soul? Break for me. The flames of fury in Long Fei's heart grew, and he was very unhappy that young Master Chongqing had escaped. If he was unhappy, he would kill someone. Boom! Long Fei slashed blade after slash, relying on his immortal body. He forcefully withstood the strength of Palace Master Longevity. As for Palace Master Longevity, his HP also steadily fell as he directly skimmed through half of it. Boy, just you wait. Your time of death is near. With a cold snort, the Palace Master of Longevity Palace turned around and floated towards the sky. A cold light exploded from Long Fei's eyes. Seeing that Palace Master Chongqing wanted to run away, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Want to run? Ask this daddy? Perfect, let's try out some skills. Hand of Chaos, go! Chaos energy gushed out. Chaos energy gushed out. In the end, it formed into a pair of large hands, grabbing towards the void. No, what is this? Get lost. The Lord of all life roared in disbelief. However, his strength had no effect on these two large hands. Boom. He was captured immediately. Capture him 100%. Awesome. Run? Keep running. Long Fei held the huge blade filled with killing intent and stared at the Lord of the Longevity Palace. This time, it was only for testing. He did not expect it to give Long Fei a big surprise. Even the power of longevity had no effect on this hand, it was directly captured. I ignored the capture of power. It's simply a must, a weapon for killing people and stealing their treasures. Long Fei thought. If, one day, a precious treasure of the world were to erupt, with the hand of chaos, wouldn't it be easy to capture him? No, that's not possible. This is something the Lord of all fiends did. How can you possess this sort of power? I don't believe it. Palatial Lord Longevity was hysterical, once again mobilizing all the strength in his body. Boom! This time, the power at the peak of the 9th level erupted. The power of longevity entered the blood, forming a massive blood cocoon. Palace Master Longevity was within the blood cocoon. Haha, let's see how you'll capture them this time. Kid, you will die without a doubt the next time we meet. As Palace Master Longevity spoke, he controlled the blood cocoon and broke through the void. Long Fei remained silent and did not move. However, he was calculating in his mind. He wanted to know how far away Chaotic Hand was. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hand of Chaos appear. Whiz! Chaotic space once again condensed. A pair of large hands formed from thousands of miles away, and then lightly clenched. Boom! The body of the Master of Life and Death was once again captured and thrown heavily in front of Long Fei. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace fell silent. He felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. He looked at Long Fei, who was in front of him, with a blank expression, as if he wanted to ask, "Who am I? Where am I?" But before he could say anything, Long Fei had already started laughing loudly. "Ha ha, you're running? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch you and bring you back. Come on, keep running. I haven't had enough fun." Long Fei laughed heartily. However, he still felt a little regretful that he had used the Hand of Chaos to capture young Master Chongqing. Whoosh! Long Fei took a deep breath and suppressed his wild thoughts. "Come, stand up. Let me see how awesome Palace Master Longevity is." As Long Fei said this, his blade directly sank into the blood cocoon around the Longevity Palace Master. Reaper, 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 Reaper. Kill! Long Fei was waiting for that exact moment, when his HP was less than half, and he could instantly kill him. Swish. Immediately after Long Fei's voice fell, a figure appeared in the air. The scythe in his hand moved, and slashed towards the throat of the Lord of Life. Instantly, blood gushed out like a spring. Only, what surprised Long Fei was that Asgard Master Longevity had actually not died. Such a strange power of longevity, it actually did not even manage to insta-kill the Reaper. Long Fei's heart was moved. He thought to himself as he looked at the Eternal Monarch's health bar. It could be said that Palace Head Longevity had already died, so he only had less than 10 points of HP left. As long as he made a casual punch, he would be completely dead. Don't kill me. It would do you no good to kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can bring you to the Mausoleum of Longevity Emperor. There are countless opportunities there. You see, my son is formidable. He's the one who acquired the Infinite Emperor Medallion. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace was instantly terrified. Under Long Fei's godlike methods, he had no choice but to admit defeat. However, Long Fei ignored him immediately. He didn't understand Long Fei at all. What do you want? I can get it myself. As for you, if you're still alive, how will I complete my mission? Go to hell. Long Fei's eyes turned cold, the big killing weapon in his hand flashed with a cold light. It was pushed down heavily. Crack, crack, crack. The blood cocoon began to rupture as streams of power of longevity floated in all directions. Under the pressure of the great killing artifact, the Longevity Palace Mistress' expression became extremely ugly. Then, he shook his head crazily and started begging for mercy. No, please don't kill me. I can give you the power of longevity. I can bring you to find the legacy of the Emperor of Extinction. He wants you to inherit the last position and participate in the war for the God of Boundary. This is something that even my son does not know. I can give it to you if you let me go. As long as you don't kill me, I can be your lackey. The Palace Master of Longevity Palace was frantically begging for mercy. Dog. I don't have this kind of hobby. I'm going to raise a dog that I can bite back at any time. Long Fei said. Master, let me do it. He had moved something that he should not have. As long as I kill him myself, I can dispel the hatred in my heart. At this moment, Hempen-Clothed walked up and stared fiercely at Palace Head Longevity. There was nostalgia in her eyes, as if there were some unspeakable past. Long Fei was too lazy to ask. However, since Ma Yi had already said it, Long Fei would naturally not reject it. There was no difference if Fang Zheng and the others killed Long Fei. Alright, you go ahead and kill them, Long Fei said as he kept his big killing weapon. Hemplin glanced at Long Fei gratefully, then walked towards Asgard Mistress Chongqing one step at a time. Why does the Emperor raise you bunch of dogs? Unfilial acts of disrespect and unfilial acts, I shall pass on my legacy to you, and finally, I will dig up the tomb of the great Emperor. You won't be able to atone for your sins even if you die 100 times. As the linen-robed man spoke, his killing intent intensified without saying a word. Palace Master Longevity was stunned. He had no idea what Ma Yi was going to say. However, he could feel Ma Yi's emotions that wanted to hack him into 1,000 pieces. You misunderstand, I don't even know you. What did you lose? I'll repay you. Palace Master Longevity said quickly. Ha! The hemp garment sneered as his eyes moved. The blood ball in the sky started spinning once again. So. Following the rotation, the blood-colored energy began to be released and finally merged back into the dark land. Swoosh! With a sharp whistle, the copper coin once again floated in the air. Long Fei watched everything silently. Previously, when his soul had been sealed, he hadn't been able to sense it. But now, after seeing this copper coin, Long Fei finally felt that it truly was extraordinary. How can an existence like you imagine the power of a great emperor? This old one will let you know what it means to take your life. Hempen Clothes's voice was ice cold. He extended his hand and grabbed the copper coin. Swish! With a flick of the bronze coin, it was directly inserted into the center of Longevity Palace's brows. Ah! Immediately, the Longevity Palace master cried out miserably. It could be seen with the naked eye that his life force was continuously being devoured, and all the longevity in his body was directly devoured. His entire person had turned into a withered old man. The copper coin had also become more crystalline. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Longevity Palace Mistress. You have obtained 160,000 experience points, 160,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining 100 lines of the power of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a special reward. The reward is the longevity token. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the power of the longevity blood vein. The system sounded out. Long Fei was a little surprised. It wasn't easy for someone at this level to drop so many items. Release your striking value, Long Fei said. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the key to the Heaven's End Palace. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the key to the Longevity Tomb, number 1. The system's voice came to an abrupt end. Oh my god, a striking value like that? Are you kidding me? Long Fei was a little broken down, but at this time, a voice came out. Ding! The power of longevity has been devoured. Long Fei glared at him. Long Fei glared at him. He had already felt that the system was a scumbag. To think that 2 keys would actually pop up from 1 striking value, and it was even at the count of 1. This meant that there had to be another key. He was about to flare up, but he didn't expect that the power of longevity he had previously released would be devoured again. System, your sister, are you pulling wool? Long Fei asked solemnly in his heart. But in his heart, he was pondering what kind of existence could actually devour the power of longevity. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw that his soul and Yaya's body became dense in the space. The light flickered as if they were enveloped by the power of longevity. Ya! Joy appeared in Long Fei's eyes. In this battle, to Long Fei, the greatest regret was the deaths of Yaya and the others. To Long Fei, this was a little hard to bear. Boss, this lady's body contains a strong power of immortality. Perhaps she won't die. Zhang Yu said in space. Long Fei nodded. He could also sense the changes in Yaya's body. After that, he sent her out of the space and asked Ma Yi. Hempen Clothed, you are more familiar with the power of longevity. What is this situation? Long Fei pointed at Yaya. He didn't say much about the soul he had chopped off. The hemp garment looked at the change of Yaya, its eyes blooming with a bright light. Master, this is creating intelligence to improve your body. Palace Master Longevity's power originates from the commoners from before, and the determination of the mortals has entered her body. At this moment, it is equivalent to completely merging those energies into Yaya's body. If possible, that bitch would even become the second living body after the Emperor of Life. Hempen Clothed said excitedly. It was as if Yaya's change made her think of the presence of the immortal Emperor, her expression extremely agitated. Immortal body? Long Fei asked. Had never thought about longevity. In any case, even though they were existences from the ancient era, the overlords were not immortal. It was just an unlimited increase in lifespan. But does longevity really exist? Long Fei thought as he looked at Yai. Ding! Congratulations player for completing the quest of exterminating Longevity Palace. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining longevity fruit. Description: after refinement, the divine body can be altered and the body can grow. Just then, the system interrupted Long Fei's thoughts. Long Fei's eyes flashed. Fruit of the immortal body? Ha ha ha, he's going to defy the heavens. Long Fei laughed and took out the fruit. The fruit was filled with an indescribable power, and even Long Fei was born with a sense of greed. Just like the ginseng fruit from the journey to the west in his previous life, it was full of temptation. Mai Yi, who was standing to the side, was also deeply immersed within. Even saliva was dripping from his old face. Master, this was the fruit of longevity. Oh my God, this thing really exists. Hempsey was so excited that he was incoherent. Calm down, calm down. If you follow me, you'll see more impossible things in the future. However, what would happen if this fruit was given to Yaya? Long Fei said quietly. As for the fruit of the divine body of longevity, Long Fei was also interested in it. But he wanted to use it on her even more. If he could revive Yai, let alone a fruit of the immortal god physique, even if Long Fei had to pinch the corpse of the immortal emperor, Long Fei wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Of course, this sort of thing would definitely not be known by Mai. Otherwise, he really didn't know if this age Hempen would dare to go against him and fight with his life on the line. Master, this fruit of life is able to help you become an immortal body in one step. As long as it is not the power of calamity and absolute suppression, the power of time would not be able to do anything to you. Hempen-clothed man said nervously. No need for that. I just want to know if I can survive if I let that bastard eat me up. Long Fei said resolutely. This was what he was most concerned about. Of course I can, Yaya's soul is still here, it's just that due to the influence of the power of immortality, she's now in a deep slumber. If we use the longevity fruit, we can definitely wake him up. In fact, after I refine him, he'll be the next emperor of longevity. Mai said excitedly. Long Fei nodded. Following that, Long Fei directly pinched the fruit of his body and used his power to wrap it around himself, before putting it into her mouth. Boom! In an instant, the power on Yaya's body erupted forth. At this moment, her soul was faintly discernible, and she began to recover from her body. Ya! Long Fei said solemnly, his eyes carrying anticipation. As time passed, the radiance on Yaya's body became increasingly bright and the aura of longevity became increasingly dense. It was as if she had transformed into a human-shaped precious medicine, full of enticement. I will. If King bring this out, it would be a moving spiritual medicine. Long Fei thought. However, Long Fei was not worried. If Yai were to succeed, as long as she was by his side, he would not be afraid of anyone provoking her. Emperor of Longevity? Emperor Corrupt? If you have any keys to the Emperor of Destruction, open them in the future. I feel like I need to gather an army of great emperors by my side. Long Fei's heart sank into his sleep. This kind of beautiful scene was simply too cool and dazzling, so dazzling that it seemed as if it could explode the heavens. Big brother! Right at this moment, a weak voice sounded out. It was none other than Yaya. Bastard, you're awake. Long Fei looked at Yai. Even Long Fei was shocked when he saw it. The little girl who was originally just a child had now actually undergone a process of reverse growth and turned into an infant. Yes, a baby. What's going on? Long Fei was puzzled and asked Mai. Master, this is a freshman. His current body had completely reversed his original body. It could be said that he now possessed the physique of an immortal. Even if Yaya doesn't cultivate, her longevity would still be far longer than that of many ancient powers. Hempen-clothed said excitedly. Long Fei was startled, also filled with disbelief. Especially what Hempen-clothed had said. The longevity that Yaya possessed was even more shocking. He didn't need to cultivate to be comparable to an ancient supreme elder? What if he cultivated it? Could it really live forever? Long Fei couldn't help but think of this. Big brother, I'm still alive. Haha, I'm still alive. Yaya suddenly laughed. However, this scene was somewhat strange. Bastard, don't say anything when you have nothing else to do. Long Fei said. You responded with a wronged expression. Long Fei couldn't bear it anymore and felt sorry for her. Forget it, it's up to you. No one will be able to hurt you with me around. Long Fei said. Leave this person to me. I have the confidence to let her better utilize the power of her immortal body. The linen-robed man said. Good. But what is in this darkness? It can't really be Emperor Chongqing's tomb, right? Long Fei agreed. He turned around and looked at the endless darkness beneath his feet. The darkness had an extremely deep extension that even Long Fei could not perceive the end of. Master, this should be the tomb of the Emperor. I can sense the aura of the Emperor inside. Hempen-clothed man said with a nostalgic expression. Long Fei looked at the deep hole in the darkness as his throat continuously wiggled. Long Fei looked at the deep hole in the darkness as his throat continuously wiggled. Long Fei had an impulse to immediately enter. Big brother, I feel a sense of familiarity here. I really want to go in and see who it is. At this moment, Ye suddenly said. Long Fei pondered. Once Ye said that, Long Fei was even more certain. This cave was the location of Emperor Chongqing's tomb. Who would have thought that great Emperor Chongqing's grave would actually be on the mountain itself? No wonder we can't fly like this. Long Fei finally understood. How could a great emperor allow others to be so high and mighty in front of him? Hempen clothes, get ready. Let's go in. Long Fei said before summoning his god's pavilion, summoning the injured lord of the plain in to recuperate. Hempen-clothed was a bit troubled on his face, but seeing Long Fei's determined face, he still sighed and agreed. Following that, walked step by step into the endless darkness while carrying Yai in his arms. After a while, Long Fei and the other two disappeared. And just at the instant when Long Fei and the other two had disappeared into the darkness, the entire Longevity Palace, and even the Longevity Mountain, collapsed with a loud rumble, as if the sky had fallen. All the Tianyun city thousands of kilometers away, all of them were shocked by this shock. After all, the Longevity Palace was the legacy of an overlord. It had existed for many years, and was considered a sacred place in the hearts of many. Now that it had turned into ruins in a single night, it naturally attracted the attention of others. The Longevity Palace has been destroyed? Who exactly is it? How could there be such a method? Could it be that the successor of the Emperor of Destruction had appeared? To exact vengeance? It shouldn't be. Even back then, the Emperor of Destruction wasn't able to do it. Even if someone had obtained the inheritance, they definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. What's going on? Could it be that the Lord of Chaos has made his move? The people in the city speculated. Suddenly, a purple figure appeared in the sky. When everyone saw this, they immediately went silent. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The Longevity Palace has been destroyed? Who was it? There's actually such a method. Servants, head to the Longevity Palace immediately. I want to know what happened. The purple-clothed old man said. The old man's face was sinister and his eyes were cold, as if a single glance could intimidate anyone who looked at him. The people in the city didn't dare to look at him. Yes, City Lord. Ta. The group of violet-robed guards flew into the sky. And underneath the city, there was a robust and burly man carrying an incomparably large axe on his back. He had a simple and honest expression as he stroked his bald head. Boss, is that you? That's right, he was Li Yuanba. The 8 King Kong had awoken, but he was the only one who came out of his slumber to look for Long Fei. No matter how you look at it, exterminating an inheritance is the style of a boss. Whatever, let's go take a look first. Li Yuanba slowly retreated into the crowd. In the span of a moment, the entire unknown region of the primal chaos was discussing the Longevity Palace. It was the same in Qianyang City, where the Qin clan was located. The current Thousand Sun City was no longer the same as it had been in the past. The Qin family had become a true ruler. In the Qin family, dozens of people were gathered. These people all had extremely powerful cultivations. The lowest among them was at the 8th level of Paragon. Seems like the matters of this longevity palace are caused by Long Fei. Doggy, you really can't stop. It just so happens that this time, we will let him know what it means by there is no path to heaven and no door to escape. The Qin clan patriarch spoke. In the previous battle, their Qin family had suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, the Qin family would not fall. Patriarch Qin, don't get too worked up. You heard the words of the Lord of Chaos. Now is not the time for revenge. The most important thing is for Wu Yue to inherit Great Emperor Feng Tian's power. At that time, with our support, we will definitely be able to compete for the God of Boundary. Let that little bastard live a little longer. A few of them spoke up. Good, everyone is right. Now is not the time to be in a hurry. The Qin clan patriarch said. If Long Fei was here, he would definitely recognize these people. They had come here from the divine space. Lin family, Zhou family. The underworld clans of the divine space. The scene changed again as Long Fei walked into the endless darkness while carrying the hemp garment along with him. This was a place without any line of sight. Master, there's something strange about this place. It seems to be different from what I expected. The linen robe spoke in a low voice, his face cold. Previously, she was willing to follow Long Fei into this place because she wanted to fulfill her long-cherished wish. However, the more she left, the more she felt that something was wrong. It was true that there was the power of longevity in it, but it was completely different from the one she had come into contact with all those years ago. Long Fei nodded and said, even if it really is the tomb of the great Emperor Chongqing, after all these years, you still don't know what it will become. As Long Fei said this, he took out a cluster of flames from the spatial ring. A fire that could shine in the world. As soon as the flame was extracted, it seemed to have received a reaction, and was activated once more. Puff puff. The flame grew larger and larger. In just a few seconds, it had illuminated a radius of several hundred miles. Heh, even the Abyss Demon prison could be broken, so what if it's a big tomb? Long Fei thought as he rubbed his fists together. He had seen this cluster of fire before. This was the reason why Long Fei had relied on this to save them from the prison at that time. Master, I didn't think that this flame could have such an effect. Mai Yi heaved a sigh of relief. A ray of light would always make people feel more at ease. Long Fei did not say anything. Following that, Long Fei looked at the entire space. It was extremely spacious, to the point that not even a coffin could be seen. Furthermore, not even a tomb could be seen. Could it be a mistake? For a great emperor to be so poor? Long Fei was in disbelief. This was not the first time he had entered Powerhouse's tomb. However, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful aura. Big brother, it's not here. I feel like it's down there. Suddenly Yiya said. Long Fei turned around to look at the Aya behind the sackcloth and asked, You can feel it? That's right, big brother. I saw a figure walking in front and wanted me to follow him down. Yiya replied. Immediately, Long Fei's scalp went numb. Abruptly, Long Fei turned around, but he could not see any figure at all. Long Fei thought as he glanced at hempen clothes. He saw that he also shook his head slightly. All right, let's go with him. I want to see what's so strange about it. Long Fei hardened his heart and said, Let me show you the way. But just as Long Fei took a step forward along the direction that Yaya was pointing at, her back suddenly froze, and even the world's shining fireworks started to flicker. It was as if someone was lying on his back and blowing out cold air. Talking about longevity, remembrance of longevity, meeting a few people on the path of longevity. Seek longevity, long life, and there will be someone to welcome you at the end of your longevity. Yin Xing, draw longevity in the tomb of longevity. There is longevity. 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 Long Fei's face changed when he heard it. The voice was enchanting and had the power to corrode people's hearts, as though it wanted them to sleep here forever. What is it? How could it affect me? Long Fei raised the flames of the shining world high up in the air, his eyes staring straight into the void. Finally, under the shine of the firework, he saw an extremely special existence. That's not it. Ghost. Of course, he wasn't human either. It was a shadow. How many years have I wandered around, and how many years have I spent singing the song Eternal Rest here? Long Fei sighed in his heart. How deep must one's obsession be to cause such a crazy thing to happen? However, when Long Fei looked at Ma Yi and Yi, he discovered that their expressions did not change at all. It was as if that kind of voice was only audible to him. Didn't you find anything? Long Fei asked in surprise. Big brother, they said that you are special, and can enter the Emperor's tomb. Also saying that Granny is an old friend, you can also go in. Yi suddenly said. Long Fei's expression instantly became gloomy. Yaya wouldn't lie to him. In other words, what he saw might not be complete, and there was something else in the tomb. Hempen-clothed also had a face full of horror. Towards their level, Chi Mei was like a demon. Even if there really was one, they would have to take a deeder if they saw one. But now they were completely ignored. Even if the other party was standing right in front of them, they would not be able to sense it. Master, why can't I see anything? Hempen-clothed asked. This kind of scene was as if an ordinary person was in a terrifying house. However, they were already a group of people standing at the peak. What devilish strength dared to come close to them was simply courting death. Long Fei's face darkened. Ember of the world, take pictures. Long Fei raised the cluster of flames in his hand, and the color of the flames instantly changed. It turned from a milky white to a dark green, then blue, and finally a fiery red. So. Flames exploded, as if wanting to envelop the entire space. In an instant, 4 figures appeared before Long Fei. Long Fei was also shocked. Tisk tsk, so it was produced by the system after all. If UF** King keep acting mysterious, then I will destroy you with a single punch. Long Fei raised the fire, took a step forward, releasing the blood energy, and immediately suppressed the 4 figures. Come on, continue singing. You even F** King collaborated to watch how awesome you are. Long Fei said proudly. These figures didn't have any physical entities at all. Just a shadow. In front of Long Fei's power, he could not resist at all, and his body trembled. Please spare my life, my lord. We are pitiful people. Only by luring more people into this place can we be free. They were afraid that if they were to say something too slow, they would lose their souls. Seduction? Long Fei repeated himself. He had already guessed that this tomb was not simple. Following that, Long Fei inquired in detail. It was clear that they were also people who were searching for the tomb. However, after entering this space, they were led into the palace. In the end, he died, leaving behind only an afterimage. To continue his actions, to continue his enticement. It was as if they were reincarnated. Once a new wave arrived, they would be free. Hearing this, Long Fei and Hempsy broke out in cold sweat. It was a good thing that they were on fire. Otherwise, an accident might have happened during this trip. What kind of existence is under this tomb? Long Fei asked. Lord, we don't know. That year, we were also lured into this large tomb by that grandson, Palace Head Chongsheng. Before we could go down, our souls were directly assaulted, leaving behind only one soul. Yes, that damnable Palace Master Longevity. If possible, I will make my descendants take revenge for me. Long Fei listened, looked at the 4 of them, and said, It's impossible because he's already dead. With that, Long Fei turned to look at Yi. He could see the desire in her eyes. Fuck, it's done. Wealth comes from danger. Long Fei looked around and made a decision. You four get down. Long Fei said. Lord, please don't. We are already a remnant thought. There's a great terror inside, we'll die if we go. My lord, we won't stop you. Quickly go in. Even now, the four of them were still bewitching. They tricked Long Fei and the other three into leaving, but they themselves did not dare to approach. Die. All of you have been dead for tens of thousands of years, and are still afraid of death? A mere remnant will, yet it feels like it's still alive. What a pity. You can leave now. Long Fei sneered. This was the legendary dream talk. He didn't even know that he was already dead, yet he was still delusional enough to think of relief. Long Fei swept his palm out. Whoosh! The wind from his palm billowed everywhere, causing the entire space to become chaotic. The four figures were all afterimages in the first place, and not a single shadow could be seen. How could they withstand Long Fei's power? They were blasted straight into the front. Follow him, Long Fei said, and took the lead to walk out. To Long Fei, the grave of the Longevity Emperor was just a summoning of a boss. A boss was experience and a treasure. It was a massive explosion. How could Long Fei let them go? While carrying her on his back, the hempen-clothed man also quickly followed up with Long Fei. Time passed minute by minute. Long Fei controlled the four of them and kept on moving forward, but in this space, it seemed as if there was no end to it. 3 days later, Long Fei's footsteps suddenly stopped. According to their speed, 3 days was enough for them to travel 10,000 miles. But now they still hadn't found the true tomb. What's wrong? How big was the Longevity Mountain? How could we have not found the tomb even after walking 10,000 li away? Could it be another maze? Long Fei thought, and was about to use his sky spill power. However, right at this moment, those four figures began to slowly dissipate, as if they had lost the support of some sort of power. No, I don't want to die. I can't go any further. I'm going to die. After a few screams, their figures disappeared completely. At the same time, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from the darkness. Ryowumbumble. The earth suddenly cracked open, and a dark red palace quietly emerged. Long Fei took a step back, placing the linen and Aya behind him. Gradually, the entire palace revealed itself. It was a dark red like blood, and even Long Fei could feel an extreme pressure on his heart. This aura? Is this really Emperor Chongqing's tomb? Why do I feel like it's more like the tomb of a zombie king? Long Fei looked at the palace that just appeared and said. The aura of this palace was very cold, without the slightest hint of longevity. To keep others at a distance, one would not have the desire to possess. Big brother, I feel it inside. The thing that has been calling me all this time is inside. Yaya suddenly said. A dark red palace stood in the darkness. A dark red palace stood in the darkness. It gave people goosebumps. If not for the fire in his hands, Long Fei suspected that he might not even be able to make it here. Long Fei looked at the palace in front of him with rapt attention. It was extremely damaged, and the power of the passage of time had already caused the palace to rot. Even if it's the tomb of the eternal emperor, I'm afraid that there's nothing left of him now, Long Fei thought. However, since they had already reached the entrance of the palace, Long Fei naturally did not turn back. Moreover, Yai said that there was something inside that needed to be summoned, so Long Fei wanted to go in to take a look himself. Come, let's go in. Long Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of the palace. Looking at the ghastly aura spreading out from the palace, Long Fei's eyes turned cold and he threw a punch out. Boom! The palace door directly ruptured. Without saying a word, Long Fei placed the firewood onto his killing machine, and as if holding a torch, he walked in step by step. Hempen-clothed did not dare to stay as they entered together. Boom! Suddenly, the already shattered palace gates collapsed and tightly sealed the exit. Long Fei turned around and glanced back, but didn't pay any attention to him. He had seen too many of these scenes in his previous life. After all, this was the tomb of a great emperor. If nothing strange happened, Long Fei would feel that it was abnormal. You've protected yourself from the pressure. I want to see just what kind of power this tomb has. Long Fei said as he walked forward. Very quickly, the entire palace appeared before them. The furnishings in the palace were extremely simple. A coffin. They were all coffins. 13 coffins stood side by side. It was as if there was some sort of secret contained within them. The size of each coffin was also different. One of them didn't even have a lid, as if the existence inside had already run out. Master, this should be the tomb of Emperor Chongsheng. These 13 coffins are the 13 generals who are with the emperor. Hempen-clothed man said with a serious face. 13 generals? Long Fei's eyes revealed joy, especially when he saw the empty coffin. He immediately became excited and said, "Was that one of the people summoned by that short-lived ghost just now?" Long Fei asked. Long Fei felt an impulse in his heart. It was to shatter all these coffins. Each iron armor soldier had 1 undead power, so these existences were 12 undead powers. Ha ha ha, this won't do. We must definitely kill all of them. A single undead power allowed the undying body to extend itself for 1 minute and completely refined it. This is invincible. Long Fei's heart surged. Mai lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, it should be. The aura inside this coffin is the same as the one summoned by that kid from the Longevity Palace. Then that's enough. Just wait here. Once I kill this group of people, we'll go dig the grave of Emperor Chongsheng. As Long Fei spoke, he did not wait for Hempen-clothed to speak anymore. He immediately held onto his killing weapon and smashed it into one of the coffins. Boom! The huge shockwave reverberated in a deafening manner. Long Fei's figure flew backwards for more than 10 meters before stopping. However, there was nothing different about the coffin. It did not open, nor did it crack. Damn, it's this tough. Long Fei could not believe it. Although he was not sure what material was used to refine it, Long Fei was sure that even if it was a divine space's treasure, it would still not be safe and sound in front of the super artifact. But now, not a single trace was left on the coffin. How is that possible? Long Fei did not believe it. He turned his big killing weapon into a huge mountain and smashed it down again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire space shook even more violently, and even the hemp garment couldn't stand stably. When the trembling disappeared, Long Fei went forward. This time, he was completely silent. There was still no change to the coffin. What are you doing? Are you joking with me? Long Fei was anxious. He had originally thought that after flipping over a dozen coffins, he would see a dozen undead powers exploding out, directly going against the heavens. But now, he couldn't even take the first step, which made Long Fei angry. Master, this is mystical chaos iron. Just the ore is superior to the super artifact and cannot be broken through. The linen-robed man said. Mysterious chaos metal? Long Fei was startled. This was truly something he had never heard of before. However, from what Mai said, he could tell that the ore was actually above the super artifact, which made Long Fei a little nervous. Right now, his weapon was only a great killing weapon, and if he were to use this ore to recreate it, his level might even increase. But now, this was the equivalent of guarding a treasure mountain. If he could not even open the big killing weapon, Long Fei was helpless. Master, this should require Emperor Chongsheng's command medallion in order to summon it. The 13 generals were raised by the Emperor of Life, and they only obey the orders of the Emperor of Life. And that kid from Longevity Palace used the Imperial Edict to summon it. Just as Long Fei was feeling gloomy, Mai Yi suddenly said, "The Immortal Emperor token? Haha, as expected, the system has a foresight for you." Long Fei laughed loudly as he directly took out the Emperor Badge of Life from the spatial ring. "Open!" Long Fei shouted loudly. Creak! Creak! Instantly, as Long Fei's voice fell, the 12 coffins began to shake, and the sound of friction appeared one after another. It was as if something was about to walk out from inside. Long Fei's eyes lit up. "He's here." Boom! A coffin lid flew off. Boom! 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 The remaining 11 coffins all flew into the air. The excitement in Long Fei's eyes became stronger and stronger. Initially, he had thought that he would only be able to open one of the Eternal Emperors. He hadn't expected that he would be able to open them all at once. Then, Long Fei looked at the coffin and waited silently. Dong, dong, dong. It was like a massive earthquake. The sound of heavy footsteps appeared once again. Next, a voice resounded. 2 figures clad in armor crawled out of the coffins. Plop! He immediately knelt down. Without the slightest bit of surprise, he immediately knelt down. Long Fei was startled, but quickly understood. Now that he had the Immortality Imperial Medallion in his hands, these existences had to obey his orders. Awesome, they actually got such a group of super fighters without even fighting. Long Fei felt extremely comfortable in his heart. This feeling was simply too refreshing. He had originally thought that he would have to engage in a fierce battle, but who would have thought that he would be able to get his hands on a command medallion? The only thing that troubled Long Fei was whether or not these people wanted to stay, or kill him. They were a group of super thugs, but if that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to level up his Reaper physique. But then, Long Fei made up his mind. He had the God's Pavilion now, and there were a few supreme powerhouse among them, so he didn't need these thugs. Their true value would be better used to help themselves. Thinking up to here, Long Fei moved his idea and directly ordered his own destruction through the Immortal Emperor token. Crack! 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 One after another of armor shattered. Under Long Fei's orders, all the existences crawling out of the coffins were immediately destroyed without any rebuttal. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Undead Power 12. Ding! Undead power has been consumed. Simple Berserk. Simple Berserk. Without delay, the order was passed down and all 12 undead power were devoured, completing the order in an instant. Long Fei's heartbeat sped up. With his current abilities, an immortal body was absolutely a trump card. No matter how powerful one's trump card was, there was only one prerequisite: one could survive. With an immortal body, one could have one more second of time to reverse the outcome. Therefore, Long Fei was currently looking forward to it. Initially, the undead power had allowed the time for the immortal body to extend for 1 minute. Then what about these 12? 12 minutes? If it was really like that, then 10 or so minutes of King Death would be more than enough time for Long Fei to kill a peak Great Perfection boss. At this time, the system began to prompt. Ding! Congratulations player, leveling up with the immortal body, time will be extended to 5 minutes. Immediately, Long Fei was furious. System, are you King messing with me? One undead power was extended for 1 minute? 12 lines, even if you King increased it by 1 minute? He couldn't bear it any longer. Sometimes, he even felt that the system was not controlled by a single person. Completely emotional, give it a big bang when you're happy and perfunctory when you're not. But Long Fei did not receive any response. Shortly after, another system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations player, Undying Body leveled up to the second form, Absolute Super Body. Attribute: Defense Berserk. Description: Absolute Monarch Sanctuary isolated from all physical attack. Absorbing attack damage, releasing Berserk. The more damage you take, the stronger your Berserk power will be. Long Fei stood there in a daze. Upon hearing the system's prompt, the anger on his face immediately disappeared. Then, it turned into a welcoming smile. Haha, system, I didn't say anything just now. You are simply too adorable. If you were a girl, I would definitely spoil you for you alone. Long Fei immediately said. Absolute tyrant body. The stats were truly amazing. In his previous undying body, if he were to take damage, it would be a true injury. If he were to come in contact with an irresistible force, he would be able to defend. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely bleed. But now it was different. With an absolute tyrant body, activating the immortal body was equivalent to having a human shield. Standing there for you to hit. If you can move, then it's my loss. Moreover, there was one more berserk beast, able to absorb all the damage and release it. This kind of scene, just thinking about it made Long Fei excited. Ha ha, let's go, the grave of the Longevity Emperor is mine for sure. Long Fei came to the side of Hempsey with a surging wave. Ma-Yi had a puzzled expression, but after following Long Fei for so long, she had already gotten used to Long Fei's sudden emotional changes. Master, are we really going to open the tomb of the Emperor? Hempenclothed asked. Long Fei nodded without hesitation. I know that you have feelings for Emperor Chongqing. But now that you have seen it for yourself, a lot of accidents have happened in this tomb. I believe you also want to know the reason behind the death of the immortal Emperor. Long Fei said casually. Completely perfunctory. Millions of years had passed. Even if this tomb really was Emperor Chongqing's tomb, it would still be impossible to find anything. However, the linen-robed man was convinced and nodded his head resolutely. Following that, Long Fei looked towards Yaya. Yaya, can you still feel the power of the summoning? Long Fei asked. This was also the key reason why he was determined to open Emperor Chongqing's tomb. Now that he had absorbed and refined the fruit of the divine body, he could be said to be a growing emperor of longevity. If there really was some kind of opportunity in this great Emperor Chongqing's grave that could make this girl become even stronger, Long Fei would definitely fight for it. Big brother, I can feel it. However, that aura was so oppressive, just like how I felt right before I died. As he spoke, his eyes began to turn red and tears began to well up in his eyes. All right, little ant, don't cry. Long Fei said as he frowned. Now he looked like a typical baby. From the looks of it, it didn't look more than a full moon. Furthermore, adding on the fact that you hesitated to do everything for Long Fei, it caused Long Fei to favor you even more. As a result, when Long Fei saw that Yaya wanted to cry, his head immediately hurt. Yaya finally quieted down, but her face was still dejected. Long Fei sighed and looked ahead. It was a huge coffin. It couldn't even be described as a coffin anymore. This coffin was as big as a mountain, and as it floated in the air, it was extremely terrifying. No matter what it is, I must get it, Long Fei said. His body moved, and instantly shot up into the sky. Whoosh! The wind whizzed past his ears, but Long Fei completely ignored it. Boom! Long Fei's figure heavily landed on the top of the huge coffin, stirring up endless dust. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire coffin began to shake, swinging left and right. Long Fei only felt an invisible hand reaching out from the coffin and grabbing his neck. The enormous pressure made it difficult for Long Fei to breathe. However, there was nothing in his eyes. This was because when he had entered the palace, the darkness had already dissipated. But he didn't expect it. This space once again returned to darkness. Flames that shine in the world, light it up for me. Long Fei's mind moved and once again, he caught fire. Boom! Flames spread in all directions. Finally, he was able to clearly see the existence before his eyes. F***CK. Even Long Fei couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this moment. The scene before Long Fei stupefied him. This kind of existence completely exceeded Long Fei's knowledge. This was a huge corpse. Just this skeleton alone was as thick as a dragon's body. Is this fellow even human? Long Fei was shocked, and the power that had captured Long Fei was now right in front of him. It was nothing more than an aura, a breath that came from the nostrils of the corpse. He's not dead yet? How is this possible? Long Fei's heartbeat sped up. If someone said that the skeleton could breathe, Long Fei would definitely think that the other party was crazy. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't. What was even more terrifying was that this aura did not seem to want to harm Long Fei, but instead seemed to have sensed some sort of inexplicable power, as if it was searching for him. Whiz! At this moment, the Immortal Emperor token that was hidden in the space suddenly jumped. Long Fei's mind stirred, and he took out the Emperor's medallion of longevity. But just as he took out the Immortal Emperor token, all the giant corpses inside the coffin suddenly stood up. The huge skeleton's eye sockets flickered with a dark gray light. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, the corpse began to crack and transform into strands of the purest power of longevity, crazily surging into the Immortal Emperor token. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the entire corpse had turned into dust and vanished without a trace. Only the dark gray energy was still surging violently. This is a mark? The seal of life? Long Fei's eyes widened as he looked towards the distant Yiya. Yet another mark. Yet another mark. Long Fei became more and more impulsive as he went to build an army of emperors. Zhang Yu was currently within the corruption imprint, and now he had formed another imprint of life. Clearly, this must be the power that was constantly summoned in her heart. Ha ha ha, one mark represents one great emperor. There are still 2 months before the god of boundary qualification station? At that time, with a wave of my hand, a few existences that can truly become great emperors will appear. I wonder what kind of reputation these so-called great emperors will have. TSK, I can't wait to think of this. Long Fei laughed. At this moment, a loud explosion resounded. The coffin that was truly like a giant mountain once again began to shake. Long Fei did not dare to stay and jumped down. Let's go, this place is about to collapse. Long Fei said. Long Fei did not explain too much about what he saw in the coffin. As for that corpse, Long Fei was sure that it was not the Immortal Emperor, because right now in his space there was also the secret key to the Tomb of Life. This was something that the system's striking value had dropped. Long Fei definitely did not believe it was just a joke. However, the entire tomb was about to collapse, so Long Fei naturally could not continue to explore. Of course, Long Fei didn't plan on letting go of the mysterious Chaos Iron. It didn't matter if he couldn't break it, there would definitely be a way to refine it in the future. It was definitely not Long Fei's style to keep these powerful beings alive. Even their tombs had been dug, and they still had something to leave behind? Does not exist. So. Long Fei continued to hold onto the coffins tightly, and kept the 12 coffins into his spatial space. As for the biggest one, Long Fei gave it up immediately. Not to mention being caught red-handed, even if the dragon were to move itself, it might not be able to do so at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collapse of the tomb became faster and faster. The entire space became increasingly unstable. Let's go. Long Fei arrived at the side of Hempen-Clothed, and without saying a word, carried the 2 of them into the air and instantly charged out. The original location of the Longevity Palace, in a pile of ruins. One violet armored guard after another descended, staring at the Longevity Palace, which no longer existed. A wave of coldness spread across their faces. It seems that we are still too late. There is no one left here. Even the mountain of longevity has collapsed. It seems like the enemy is trying to obliterate all traces of the corpses. It looks like I can only return empty-handed this time. Several purple-armored guards spoke to each other, their faces ice-cold without a trace of emotion. At this moment, one of the armored guards looked forward, his eyes bursting with killing intent. "Sir, there's a kid that came out of there," an armored guard said. The purple-clothed leader suddenly turned around and looked at the disheveled figure that drilled out from the rubble. "Go, capture him," the purple-clothed general ordered. So. A few figures suddenly flew down from the sky. At this time, Long Fei was shaking his head, releasing the Mai Yi and Yi who were protecting him behind him. Before he could say anything, he felt a surge of killing intent. Long Fei raised his head and saw a few purple-armored guards descend in front of him. "Kid, come with us," the guard said expressionlessly. "Follow you?" Long Fei asked. After crawling out from the grave and almost getting buried, Long Fei was already very unhappy. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation right after they reached the ground? What made Long Fei even more unhappy was that these people actually wanted to kill him. "Cut the crap. Don't you dare talk back to the sky cloud godly armor? I think you're tired of living. Why be angry? He's nothing more than an ant. Take him away immediately and hand him to the Lord." The armored guard immediately rushed forward to capture Long Fei. Long Fei's gaze turned cold, and he immediately raised his head to look at the few of them. "What are you looking at? He's just a trash of an ancient supreme expert. Do you still want to struggle? Haha, I'm going to die from laughter. The ignorant is fearless. Let me tell you, your father's cultivation is already at the peak of the ancient powers. With a single step, I can reach the supreme great complete realm. Super perfection, do you understand? It's a piece of trash like you that would never be able to reach that level in your entire lifetime." When one of the armored guards saw the anger in Long Fei's eyes, he even taunted him without concealing anything. "A lifetime? It's impossible in the next life. Maybe he doesn't have a next life. After the Lord finishes questioning him, I will kill him with a single slash." Another too blatant taunt. Even a clay figurine would feel a bit angry. Furthermore, ever since Long Fei had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never been the master of grievances. Unhappy, extreme displeasure. "Hempen-clothed, you return to God's pavilion," Long Fei said in a serious tone. Hempen-clothed slightly hesitated, but immediately knew. Long Fei was going to kill someone. "Master, you don't need to do anything to these bastards. I will handle them," the linen-robed man said. "No need, I'll do it myself. It makes me unhappy, so it won't be a problem for anyone," Long Fei said and added, "Yaya, you're already in a deep sleep with the imprint of longevity, you need to pay attention to this at all times." Hempen-clothed hurriedly nodded his head. So it turned out that the moment Long Fei fled while carrying his hemp clothes and Yaya actually directly held onto the mark of longevity, and following the contact between the two, her entire body was actually sucked in. If not for Zhang Yu saying that it would be beneficial to her, Long Fei would not have been able to resist from smashing his imprint to pieces. "Rest assured, master, I will definitely take good care of this girl." After she finished speaking, she was directly dragged into the god's pavilion by Long Fei. Following that, Long Fei immediately turned around to look at the purple-armored guard. It really is a bit strange. Looks like you still have treasures that can carry strangers with you. However, so what? When you die, these things will all be ours," the purple-armored guard said as he walked towards Long Fei. But just at that moment, Long Fei moved. The great killing weapon instantly made its move. A blade flashed, and the head was directly beheaded. The armored guard didn't even have time to react until his head landed on the ground, a savage smile still plastered on his face. The system beep also appeared at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying the purple-robed armor, obtaining 10,000 experience points, 1 holy source point, and 1 striking value point. Just as Long Fei expected, other than experience, there was nothing else. However, Long Fei did not mind. Killing him was just for the sake of being straightforward. As for the remaining 3 armored guards, their expressions instantly went grim. They had never thought that Long Fei would actually still dare to attack. "Kid, you're dead for sure. Who gave you the guts to dare attack us, the purple-robed guards? Give me your life. Kill!" The other 3 moved at the same time, the long spear in their hands thrusting forth. The killing intent was dense. But to Long Fei this degree was equivalent to nothing. Even if it was purely based on strength, Long Fei could easily crush the 3 of them. Boom, boom, boom. Long Fei brandished his big killing weapon. One by one, without the slightest surprise. "Insolent bastard! How dare you attack my purple-robed guard? Die!" Right at this moment, a purple ray of light descended from the sky. The violet light rose to the heavens, filling the 9th heaven. The violet light rose to the heavens, filling the 9th heaven. The purple light descended from the sky and directly formed a huge net. Sigh. Asterisk asterisk sigh. Asterisk around the net, the power of lightning also spread out. Without even looking, it was used to capture someone else. Crash. Asterisk the purple net descended. Furthermore, the speed of the magical net was extremely fast. Just as Long Fei reacted, he had already been captured. CK your grandpa. Long Fei cursed in pain. Even though the damage it dealt wasn't high, Long Fei still felt a burning numbness in his body that made him quiver. Just as he was about to struggle free, another silhouette descended from the skies. Long Fei looked over with anger. "What are you looking at? You dog, do you think you can break free from this general's net? Don't be delusional. This is something that the Tianyun City Lord created by collecting chaos lightning. It is meant to suppress you bunch of vicious bandit." The leader of the purple-clad generals said. Lord Violet robed mightily. It was just a single magic treasure, but he was able to subdue this thug. "It's a pity for 3 brothers, but it doesn't matter. This boy has already been subdued. Soon, he will be buried with them." "Humph, you dog, struggling? The more you struggle, the more you will feel the power of the heavenly thunder." "Trash, he still dares to resist." A group of armored guards behind the violet-robed man spoke out. Long Fei did not say a word. He was still as cold as ever. "Take him away. Once we reach the Tianyun city, we will have thousands of ways to kill him." As the purple-robed youth spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a hint of unease suddenly appeared in his heart. The entire chaos sky suddenly turned dark and gloomy. Black clouds pressing down on the city, the mountains and seas urging it. One could even see streaks of chaos lightning brewing within it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Soon after, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Then, he suddenly turned around, only to see that a cluster of light and fire was revolving inside Long Fei's hand. "Kid, what did you do?" the purple-clothed holy general said. Long Fei sneered. "Didn't you say that the broken net was created by some kind of Tianyun City's mayor? This old man will add some ingredients for you." Long Fei's smile became more and more sinister, and he suddenly looked towards the sky. Chaotic tribulation lightning, come. As if he was provoking someone, the eastern seeding was getting faster and faster in Long Fei's hands. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Long Fei had long since been prepared for this. The moment this chaos heavenly thunder descended from the sky, the world broke free from its bindings. Rip! The magic net shattered, and Long Fei threw it straight at the purple-clothed general's body. Instantly, a tragedy occurred. All of the primal chaos lightning seemed to have lost its target, falling onto the violet-clothed general's body. As for Long Fei, he coldly watched from the side. "I want you dead." Crack, crack, crack. The heavenly thunder continued to crash down. Even some of the violet-clothed guards beside him weren't able to survive and were all dragged into this mess. Aff! What kind of power is this? Don't pull me. Scram, stay away from me. Don't you know that the heavenly thunder can be transmitted? The sound of struggling and wailing filled the entire space. Long Fei remained unmoved. Finally, a moment later, the power of the divine lightning disappeared. The group of purple-robed cultivators had long since been covered in the black lacquer of the divine lightning. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Long Fei took a step forward and stepped onto Ziyi's body. Go on, continue shouting? Purple-armored guard? Is it that amazing? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? With every word that Long Fei said, he kicked down. In just a few breaths, the purple-clothed officer was already on the verge of death. Even if he was already at the level of great perfection, his cultivation was deep and profound. However, it was still useless. Long Fei's strength was just too strong, not to mention that after experiencing the dazzling primal chaos heavenly thunder, he no longer had much of a defense. Brat, you are courting death. Injuring me is equivalent to provoking Tian Yun City. There is no one in this world who dares to not talk about the people in my Tian Yun City's eyes. Little bastard, just wait for the endless chase. Ziyi said with difficulty. Long Fei smiled lightly. Injuries? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. 4 people that I don't like. I only have one method, kill me. This is your first time being a human. Who gave you the right to be arrogant in front of me? I should get used to you, right? Long Fei said, his eyes turned cold, then suddenly unleashed his power. Ka. The purple-robed general's head was immediately smashed apart by Long Fei's kick. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying purple-robed descendant. Obtained 40,000 experience, 40,000 holy source points, 1 striking value. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining purple-robed battle armor. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a purple cloak token. Ding. A purple suit was a piece of trash that was worth nothing. Did not care about something like this at all. Following that, Long Fei looked at the remaining armored guards. These guards were all on the verge of death. The power of the Chaos Lightning was extremely powerful, and it contained the laws of the entire Chaos world. To disobey was to suppress. Of course, Long Fei was an accident, and even if it was the primal chaos heavenly thunder of the primal chaos, it would not affect him in the slightest. As for you two, go die too. Long Fei's gaze turned, revealing his killing intent. As a person, you have to be the best. Long Fei did not leave the habit of adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, Long Fei did not plan to leave any survivors. But right at this moment, the God's Pavilion in the space suddenly moved, and actively contacted Long Fei. What's wrong? Long Fei asked. Master, it has appeared. I can sense the aura of the Lord of the Soaring Plains. His aura is extremely weak right now. The God's Pavilion said anxiously. The Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm? Isn't that the same as protecting you, Ro? Long Fei was startled, and immediately the evil aura exploded from his body. Where are they? Long Fei asked anxiously. After the God's Pavilion gave him his answer, Long Fei did not hesitate at all and rushed to the sky. As for their lives or deaths, Long Fei was too lazy to care about them anymore. Because in his heart, even 10,000 of these armored guards wouldn't be able to compare to a single lord of the Planar Palace. Besides, the Planar Emperor had Euro by his side. You touched my woman and hurt my brother? Very well, no matter who you are, I will make sure you all die a horrible death. Long Fei said harshly in his heart as his figure turned into a streak of light and disappeared. And at this time, within the Tian Yun city that was thousands of kilometers away, on top of a pavilion, a group of young ladies with flattering expressions were nestling against the body of a well-dressed youth. Next to the young man was an old man. The young man took a step forward and sent the heavily injured man flying with a kick. Old thing, let's fight? The woman I want has never been able to get out of my grasp. Since you're so desperate, this young master will show you my grandeur in front of you today. Blood gushed out like a spring as he glared with rage. Blood gushed out like a spring as he glared with rage. Even though he was being endlessly ravaged by the well-dressed youth, the person he had beaten gritted his teeth and glared at the well-dressed youth. This person was none other than the Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm. Just you wait. Wait until my master arrives. I can guarantee that you will be beaten until your mother won't even know you. The Lord of the Soaring Planer, enduring the pain, spoke with difficulty. Your master? Ha ha, what a joke! Without mentioning anything else, the people who dare to touch my child have not been born yet. What is your master? The well-dressed youth said. You'll know soon enough. The Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm said coldly, no longer saying anything. He allowed the youth in front of him to unleash his full power on him time and time again. At the side, tears were already streaming down her face. Stop, please. Don't keep fighting. If we continue to fight, he will die. Yuro continued to struggle, but she was unable to break free from the bindings of the two. She could only helplessly cry. Not fight? All right, now that you're kneeling in front of me, I can consider it. The well-dressed youth coldly said. Yuro was stunned, but soon a look of struggle appeared on her face. But in the end, resolution appeared in his eyes, as if he'd made some sort of decision. All right, I'll kneel, but you have to let him go first, Yuro said. All right, he's just a dying dog. So what if I release him? The well-dressed youth laughed coldly, not caring at all what the Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm could do. The well-dressed youth waved his hand. The guards on both sides took a step back. The Lord of the Soaring Sky had finally regained his freedom. Mistress, you have to leave. In this instant, the Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm exploded with power. His figure instantly disappeared. He was the Lord of the Soaring Planer, and thus had the power of the soaring sky. Although his cultivation was not very strong, his speed was extremely fast, and he could instantly escape into the void. But this time, the Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm didn't try to flee. Long Fei's orders were to protect Yuro. He definitely would not dare to disobey. Thus, in this instant, his target was the young man in front of him. As long as he could subdue the young man before him, everything would be settled. However, at this moment, the old man beside the well-dressed youth moved. Boom. *1 punch. Just one punch. Even before the fist shadows dissipated, a loud sound could be heard. Cough. How is that possible? The planar lord's body slammed down heavily, smashing through the pavilion and falling down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. You reckless dog, is its speed that incredible? All the formations in this room are controlled by this old man. Nothing unusual can be hidden from my eyes. You still want to ambush us? The old man said coldly. Haha, you dog. Master and servant truly have a deep affection for each other. I'll give you a chance to spare your dog life. If you don't treasure it, then go and die for me now. As the well-dressed youth spoke, killing intent exploded from his eyes. Pow! The well-dressed youth, enraged, descended from the 3rd floor, slapping the face of the Lord of the Soaring Planar Continent. Swish! 5 red seals appeared. The eyes of the Planar Lord were filled with hatred. He was the exalted and exalted Lord of a plane. He was unrivaled and unrivaled. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Staring at me? And you dare to King stare at me? The entire Tianyun city is mine, and yet you dare to glare at me in the Tianyun city? Clap clap. Another 2 slaps landed. The well-dressed youth was confident in himself, completely ignoring the look in the Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm's eyes. A huge tremor caused an outsider to visit. They pointed and pointed, and all of them looked as if they were just waiting to see a good show. TSK, there really is someone who isn't afraid of death. He actually dared offend the Gu Zither young master. There have always been a lot of brainless people. In this Tian Yun city, if young Master Gu were to cover the sky with one hand, it would be a waste of his life if they were to die. Hey, a beauty is in trouble. Another girl is in trouble. TSK, with this looks and posture, if young Master Gu is tired of playing, then we can also sneak around once. Ha ha, look at your lecherous look. I want to say, if there is such a good thing, please take me with you. Taunt, lust, and indifference. Emotions exploded in the crowd. They were already used to it. He was already used to it. Instead, he had the same thoughts. He despised the master of the plane, and despised Yuro's lust. Plop! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the third floor. Yuro fell to his knees. Yuro's face was wet with tears, but her eyes were filled with the will to die. Her helpless eyes were filled with melancholy. She had given up. At this moment, there was no hope in his heart. She had no way to ask for help, so she could only beg for mercy. Please let him go. She spoke weakly. Ha ha ha, I knelt. In the end, he still kneels down. The Zither let out a loud laugh. But it's too late. I gave you a chance just now. It's too late to kneel down now. If you want to save him, that's fine. Let's have a dance now. If I am happy, I might give you another chance. Gu Qin spoke with a charming face, her eyes filled with lust. Yuro's expression changed as an immense sense of humiliation overwhelmed her. But now, what could she do? She was only an array master, she didn't have much cultivation. Not only that, Yuro was too kind. She could die, she could give up her life. However, looking at how Fei Tian was being tormented in front of him, he felt as if his life was on the line. Her heart was in agony. Yuro looked troubled. She bit her lips and kept shaking her head. Mistress, no, definitely not. It doesn't matter if I die. Don't worry, even if I die, I will still send you out. The Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm said in a low voice. At this moment, he was at the end of his tether, but his eyes were still filled with determination. The power of the heavens burn. The Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm gritted his teeth. In the next moment, all the blood chi in his body started to swell, and even started to seep out of his skin. Self-detonation. Not good, young master. This old thing wants to self-destruct, hurry up and push it away. The old man beside Gu Qin suddenly said. The Soaring Sky Realm wasn't weak at all, they were all at the supreme level of mastery. If it wasn't for Yuro, they wouldn't have been able to keep him. But now, such a powerhouse chose to self-destruct. No. The tears in Yuro's eyes instantly burst forth. During their escape, Soaring Sky had carried her to escape danger after danger. In her heart, she had long since treated flying heaven as her own kin. But now, it looked like Fei Tian was going to self-destruct just to send him out. In this situation, she could only helplessly cry out. No, Grandpa Fei Tian, please don't. Yuro sobbed. Mistress, I said I would send you out. When you get to the master's side, these bastards won't be able to hurt you anymore. The Lord of the Flying Sky said. Come, let me show you what absolute speed is. His aura surged and his blood energy burned. His aura surged and his blood energy burned. The Lord of the Soaring Planar Continent was prepared to fight it out from the back of his hand. This was his fate. It was also his mission. Mistress, you must survive. As long as you can find the owner, nothing will be a problem. As the Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm spoke, the gentle light in his eyes vanished. In the next moment, his body vanished. He then transformed into a streak of blood-red light and pierced through the sky. When he appeared again, he was already by Yuro's side. Mistress, you must survive. Whiz! The blood-red light exploded. A blood-red light shot up into the sky. Gu Qin's expression changed. It's not trying to self-destruct, it's trying to escape. Uncle Gu, keep them. If they run today, where would I, Gu Qin, put my face? The zither roared in anger. At the same time, the old man beside him also died. Heavenly fate law web. Come out. The old man let out a roar and the sky immediately changed. Streaks of purple light filled the air, blocking out the very air around them. Sigh. Sigh. Lightning crisscrossed, and violent heavenly thunder energy once again was released from the magic net. Ah! A miserable scream sounded out as a bloody shadow slowly fell down from the void. No. Fei Tian bellowed. His final hope had been shattered. His eyes were bloodshot as he shed blood and tears. He was unwilling. In order to save Yuro, he was willing to die. But now it still failed. He burned his vital energy and blood, erupting with the power of flying, although his speed was fast and happy. But it could not break through the barrier above Tianyun City. It was smashed down heavily. Ha ha, well done. Old thing, you still want to run? In this Tianyun City, there is no woman that lousy cannot get. As the zither spoke, its eyes flashed with interest. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile as he grabbed onto Yuro. Sigh. The green robe on Yuro's body was torn apart, revealing a large portion of her snow-white skin. Ah, so white. This skin, if I could only touch it, I would be willing to give up 2 years of my life. I heard he's an array master too. Young Master Gu has some fun tonight. I wonder if he has any other sisters. If I can enjoy one night, then that taste will not be for nothing. The gazes of the surrounding people all burst out. Yuro was simply too attractive. She was a character in and of herself, and because of their melancholy, this group of beasts' nature was more aroused. Now that their coats had been torn apart by the zither, it made them even more restless. Ha ha ha, didn't you want to protect her? Come? This young master wants to fuck her right in front of your eyes, so what can you do? Keep shouting. The zither moved like crazy and another group of zither pieces fell. Sigh. Yuro wanted to cry but had no tears. She hugged herself tightly to protect herself. Damn it, bitch, you still dare to dodge. Being favored by your father is your fortune. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, this young noble will let you perform directly in front of everyone. I'll make you someone who can marry anyone. The zither walked forward again. Like a trapped beast, Yuro continued to retreat on the ground. No. No. If you have the guts, then kill us. Otherwise, when my master arrives, the entire Tianyun City will accompany him in death. The Lord of the Soaring Sky Realm bellowed, his face covered with blood and tears. Ha ha, this person is a fool. He spoke such arrogant words and actually wanted my entire Tianyun City to accompany him in death. I would actually like to see what kind of thing his master is that would be so powerful. An old dog's last struggles. There was no need to pay attention to it. It was still a good show over here. He had to control it on the spot. TSK, even I can't help but feel a surge of emotions. One voice after another appeared. They were all people of the Tianyun City, and they completely disregarded Soaring Sky. More and more gazes were fixed on Yuro. That was what they wanted to see. Kill you? It's too cheap for you. This young master will make you beg for death. Today, this young master will ravage her in front of everyone in the city. I'll let you know what happens if you anger me. As the zither spoke, it walked in front of Yuro. A glance filled with viciousness and lust. As for Yuro, her eyes were already numb. She was waving her hands around as if she couldn't do it anymore. That meant that her array formation power was already in chaos and had no effect at all. Long Fei, where are you? Come quickly, save me. Yuro silently shouted in her heart. Looking at the approaching Gu Qin, his eyes were filled with hatred. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. I am a person who was born Long Fei, and death is Long Fei's soul. Yuro said. After saying that, she moved her palm and struck towards her forehead. Right at this moment, a resplendent light suddenly exploded from outside the crowd. Immediately after, a gigantic axe fell from the sky. Clang! The axe stood upright in front of Yuro, blocking the zither. Soon after, a 2-meter-tall man, rubbing his bald head, walked out with a silly smile on his face. A mistake. The brawny man said. Mistake. This young master sees you as courting death, you bastard. A cold light shot out of Gu Qin's eyes. He could feel the moment the axe landed. A towering killing intent was born. Haha, you're right. You're courting death. However, the one seeking death is you. No one has ever dared to force my lord's woman like this. The brawny man said. That's right, this strong man was the King Kong, Li Yuanba. Originally, Li Yuanba had been in the crowd the entire time. They had been hesitating, wondering if this was related to Long Fei. Didn't hesitate any longer after he heard the name Yun Che. Since it had been confirmed, there was nothing to fear. Just a word, dry. You're courting death. It seems like you know each other. That's great. I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. This will make all of you lose hope. I love things that give people hope and also make them despair. Men, attack. Beat them to death. As the zither spoke, it took a step back. Shwa shwa shwa. Soon after, one figure after another descended. All of them were covered with violet armor. Purple armored guards, with the exception of this woman, all of them are extremely slow. The zither ordered. Li Yuanba's face still carried the simple and honest smile, as if the one they wanted to kill right now had nothing to do with him. But just as the violet-armored figure was about to make its move, Li Yuanba moved. A pair of axes were raised above his head. Puff! As the axe fell, the leader's head fell to the ground. You dare to touch my wife just like that? As long as you touch my sister-in-law, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. The result is the same. If you touch my sister-in-law, you will only have one word to describe her: die. As Li Yuanba said that, the axe in his hand smashed down crazily. One axe, one axe. They were not dishes at all. The more Li Yuanba killed, the crazier he became. The more Li Yuanba killed, the crazier he became. It was as though a sharp blade was slashing through the air, and the overwhelming number of violet-armored guards descended upon them. The dead vanished. Come on, be cocky. If I had known this was my sister-in-law, all of you would have been dead bodies. Tianyin City? Is it that amazing? The women that touched my boss, it doesn't matter who you are. All of you die. Li Yuanba waved the axe in his hand. The axe was already stained with blood, and droplets of blood dripped down. Is he even human? He's simply a humanoid monster. Not good, let's hurry up and leave. This is likely going to affect us. The surrounding people immediately panicked, their faces filled with incomparable fear. Li Yuanba's crazy killing intent caused their hearts to tremble, and they didn't dare look straight at him. This was especially true for those who had mocked him earlier, their expressions even more miserable. In the blink of an eye, all of them turned around and left. They didn't dare to stay at all. But right at this moment, Li Yuanba's gaze swept over them. You want to run away? Did I let you run away? With just trash like you, you dare trick my sister-in-law. You too are worthy of that? But since you've done it, then use your blood to repay your sins. Li Yuanba said as he threw the axe in his hand. Boom! The giant axe suddenly became larger, shielding the void. Pow! Ka! Asterisk, a few heads fell to the ground as the axe landed. Next, it's your turn. Li Yuanba turned around and caught the axe in his hand. It was heading towards the zither. Ancient! Save me! Save me! The zither was in chaos. Li Yuanba was too berserk. With each axe, the people he relied on in his eyes were all killed by the Li Yuanba family like vegetables. Therefore, right now, he could only plead for help. I can't call anyone. Do you think this old man can block my axe? You asked him to come up and give it a try? I'll make his brain go numb. Li Yuanba's face was trembling uncontrollably, still smiling. However, the smile was already extremely cold. It was extremely explosive. Indeed, when Li Yuanba's voice fell, although the old man's face was extremely ugly, he still did not make a move. He was also afraid. In the face of life and death, what young master, what young city lord, they were all bullshit. If he ran, he might be able to live. But if he stayed here, he would definitely die with the zither in the end. Ancient, what are you waiting for? Have you forgotten my father's orders? The zither spoke coldly. Order? Your brain is playing tricks on me. You want me to stay and die with you? This matter was caused by you. Why would you want me to send myself to my death? This old man will not keep you company. As the old man spoke, he turned around and was about to run away. But how could Li Yuanba tolerate this? The master of the realm is now also a follower of Long Fei. And he was the leader of the little brothers, Long Fei. The fact that he beat up the lord so miserably almost made her humiliated. How could such an existence let him leave? It did not exist. With a thought, Li Yuanba instantly wielded his axe, and the axe flew straight down, landing on the old man's neck. Don't kill me. I have nothing to do with it. I am just a servant of the Gu family. There is always someone who owes you a debt. If you want to kill him, go and kill him. The old man was trembling, especially his legs, which were now covered with a yellowish-white substance. He was scared to the point of peeing himself. It doesn't matter? Are you King blind? Didn't you attack him? If not for you, they would have left by now. An old dog like you deserves to die the most. Clang. Exerting a little more force, the axe descended and embedded itself deep into the old man's neck. One move. Die. On the other side, the zither seemed to have lost its final backing. With a resolute heart, he walked to the side of Yu Rou. Mistress! Fei Tian shouted. But it was already too late. When Li Yuanba turned around, the zither was already in his hands. Haha, why are you so arrogant? Try killing me again. If you dare to take another step closer, I can guarantee that this woman will die. TSK, is she still a virgin? Your boss is so King frustrated. Your woman is going to die if she doesn't sleep. The zither said crazily. Li Yuanba and Fei Tian's faces were filled with rage. The anger in his eyes was ignited. But now they really didn't dare gamble. Suddenly, right at this time, petals began to fall from the sky in the Tianyun city. The petals formed layers upon layers of ice, enveloping everyone within. What was even more strange was that, at this moment, Gu Qin's face was filled with confusion. It was as if the petals were not the ones that had fallen. Instead, it was a delicate beauty. He let go of Yu Rou and began to dance in the falling petals. Even when he was in deep love, he would still play around with his head. Li Yuanba didn't pay any attention to her and directly took a step forward, protecting Yu Rou behind him. At the same time, the petals that filled the sky stopped. The two figures slowly descended. One of them was holding a mirror. In front of him was a young master dressed in white. Gu Qin, seeing that you are the son of Gu Xingdao, I'll let you live. My woman is not someone who anyone can touch. A voice sounded, full of pride. Gu Qin awoke from her stupor and looked at the white-clothed man in front of her, exclaiming in astonishment. You are. That's impossible. Didn't your family have already been cut off? You. The zither was in a panic. His face became deathly pale, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Ignorance. There are some things that ants like you don't know. You only need to know that this girl is mine. If Gu Xingdao is dissatisfied, you can come straight to me. The white-clothed man said. I, Bai Hao, have taught him how to conduct himself. Bai Hao said. Scram. After which, after Bai Hao finished speaking, he walked over to Yu Ro's side. Let's go, I'll pick you up. From now on, you are my woman, and no one can hurt you. Bai Hao showed an expression of deep love. Who are you? I don't know you. Yu Ro said. What's the difference if I know him or not? You only need to know that we're the same kind of people. Bai Hao laughed and was about to grab Yu Ro's hand. But in Li Yuanba's eyes, this scene made him feel extremely unhappy. Very unhappy. Who the F***ck are you? It's one thing for you to act cool, but you actually came here to steal my boss's woman? You still want to make a move? Do you really think that you're a myriad of people? Li Yuanba said angrily, as he stood in front of Yu Ro. Bai Hao's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head. Not just him. Li Yuanba, Yu Ro, and Fei Tian all looked over at the same time. In an instant, everyone was overjoyed. Boss. Long Fei. Master. The three of them spoke up at the same time. Whiz. Long Fei's figure descended and he looked at Bai Hao, deep in thought. He then turned around and looked at the zither. Leave? Hurt my brother, touch my woman. You want to leave now? Who gave you the qualifications? Long Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light, his killing intent exploding. In the next moment, Long Fei took a step forward. The great killing weapon directly appeared in his hand and heavily smashed down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth cracked as if the entire street was about to split open. If not for the formation maintaining Tianyun City, it would have already been destroyed. Stop! A purple light came from afar and protected the zither. A purple light came from afar and protected the zither. It directly blocked Long Fei's pole. I wonder who gave you the guts to kill my son in this Tianyun City? A voice burst out from the purple light, and immediately after, a purple-robed elder appeared. It was the Tianyun City Lord. Gu Xingdao proudly stood there. His purple robe fluttered in the air as he arrogantly appeared. Father! Ha! Kid! My father is here. None of you will be able to escape today. Gu Qin's eyes immediately became excited. This was his backer. The reason he was able to call the wind and summon the rain in the Tianyun City, and not do anything evil, was all because of the ancient path. Is that Gu Xingdao's powerful strength and his identity as the Tianyun City's lord. Come on, aren't you going to kill me? You're his master, you're his boss? Let me tell you, this young master is very angry. Also, I want your woman too. Gu Qin stood up and looked at Long Fei and the others arrogantly. But he didn't realize that Long Fei's expression was turning uglier and uglier. Even now, you still want my woman? Tianyun City? Is the Tianyun City awesome? Don't even mention the Tianyun City. Even if it's the Sky Empire, I will still kill your father's woman. As Long Fei spoke, he continued to take 1,000 steps forward. The power of the killing weapon also decreased. The purple barrier began to crack, and cracks began to appear like the marks on a mountain peak. Enough. Brat, I do not care who you are, but you must know this is the Tianyun City, not some random cat or dog that can be arrogant. You want to kill my son in front of me? Who do you think you are? The Lord of Chaos? No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me, even in the tens of thousands of years that the ancient Tao of the heavens has swept across the primordial chaos. Gu Xingdao said with a gloomy face. It was a completely unique attitude. Long Fei curled his lips, disagreeing. It seemed that all such existences were like this. It was the same as their King bosses number 2. But did Long Fei care? Not at all. Moreover, to touch his woman had already touched his bottom line. His bottom line had already been moved. If he were to continue enduring it, then he wouldn't be a man. If he couldn't endure it any longer, then he would just have to be tough. Then you saw it today. This young noble has always been so arrogant. Anyone who dares to touch my woman or harm my brother is not safe and sound. Even your son is the same. Boom. Long Fei crushed it down instantly, the great killing weapon turning into a huge rod, instantly shattering the purple-colored barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge rumble resounded throughout the world. The zither was immediately exposed to the killing weapon. Without that shell, I'll see who can stop you, Long Fei said fiercely. Then, Long Fei smashed down with his rod. You little bastard, you're courting death. Gu Xingdao attacked directly. On the other hand, killing intent could be seen in Bai Hao's eyes. With a flip of his hand, the copper mirror shined. At this moment, an unknown force appeared in the air. Long Fei only felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, everything was gone. The power of the sky spill? The F***CK. Long Fei was no longer unfamiliar with this power. He suddenly thought of everything he had experienced in the endless forest. Break for me. Long Fei also had the power of the sky spill. He instantly washed them into his eyes and saw through the falsehood in his eyes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The white fog disappeared and returned to reality. However, Gu Qin's figure had already disappeared. In just a split second, he was saved by Gu Xingdao. Long Fei turned around and stared at Bai Hao with anger. If it wasn't for Bai Hao, the zither from before would have already become a corpse. Bai Hao looked at him with disdain and said, "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm trying to harm you? I am saving you. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't help you out on behalf of Sister Ro, you would have committed a great calamity. Remember, I saved your life as repayment for the care you gave Sister Ro. In the future, you and Sister Ro have no relations at all, so get the hell out of here with your Luby and that old fogey who is still struggling at death's door. Or else, I won't need the Lord of the Ancient City to kill you. I'll annihilate you." As Bai Hao spoke, his gaze turned wild. Long Fei did not say a word. Not anger. He was speechless. Who the F***ck are you? Is there something wrong with your head? Long Fei did not understand much about Bai Hao. However, Li Yuanba had already sent a sound transmission to him, saying that he was the one who saved Yu Ro. Originally, Long Fei was still a little thankful towards him. But now it had vanished. This was a F***king love rival. A love rival from who knows where. He even felt good about showing off his presence here. Can you figure out whether or not you can locate yourself here? Shut up, Sister Ro. What does my woman have to do with you? Long Fei said as he took a step forward. He pulled her into his embrace. Her body trembled, but she didn't refuse. Brat, you're courting death. Bai Hao's eyes became cold as he coldly said. Even the people around him couldn't watch it any longer. Brat, you don't have to know what's good for you. If it were not for my young master, your subordinates would all be dead. Why do you think the ancient city's lord hasn't acted yet? It's because of my young master. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man. Behind Bai Hao, a subordinate said. His eyes were sinister and murderous. At this moment, the expression on Gu Xingdao's face changed. It looks like you don't have any relationship with the Yen godchild. In that case, there's no need for you to exist at all. Gu Xingdao said coldly. Instantly, Gu Xingdao released his aura. His purple robe also gradually changed into a red one. Peak of Xiantian full circle realm. He was even more ruthless than when he met the Zhao family's ancestor. City Lord, forget it. This time, just give me some face. Kid, didn't you say that Yu Ro is your woman? Since that's the case, do you dare to have a fight with me? As long as you win, in the future, I will withdraw. I will absolutely not take even half a step closer to Yu Ro. Bai Hao said. Long Fei was startled, but quickly smiled. Is there something wrong with your head? You is my woman. Why should I bet with you? Besides, I never had the habit of gambling with my own woman. Besides, since you're betting, you're not even willing to bet. Do you still want me to gamble with you? Long Face sneered. All right, then tell me what you want to bet. I have never been afraid of it before. As long as you say it out loud, this young master will accept it. Bai Hao said with a nonchalant expression, as if he had complete confidence in his own abilities. So confident? Good. Then let's bet our lives. No matter what you want to bet, as long as I lose, I'll give you my life. Long Fei's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.